the Central Bank Governor, Dr. Phil Mnisi. We'll then have our next topic covered from around 5:09 or so. Same structure, so there will be a presenter, there will be a moderator, and there will be a panel. So like yesterday, the moderator will introduce the presenter. Presenter will, present for about 25 minutes or so. Then there will be a panel discussion with questions also invited from the floor. So I encourage you to participate. We had some great questions yesterday. Not all of them were answered, right? Which is great. It's not a bad thing. It basically means the conversation is going to continue today and probably even after we close this Indaba. So we're looking forward to a very interactive session or sessions going forward. But without wasting any further time, let me invite the governor, Dr. Phil Mnisi. He reminded me of golf, but I told him, let's forget golf for now. We'll talk golf some other time. So Dr. Phil, please take the mic.
It was a busy desk yesterday. I don't know whose notes are these. Just in case I get. Program directors, ladies and gentlemen, I want to proceed on the protocols that have been established. As of yesterday, I wish to express deep gratitude to the organizers, the financiers, and all the stakeholders that have made this Indaba the success that it is and it has been. It's been a journey. There are many stalwarts that have contributed to this vision that we are seeing becoming a reality. And if one may start naming them, would be at the risk of leaving others. So I really would like to say thank you. And also yesterday's presenters, again, we would like to acknowledge them, as well as the dialogue that happened yesterday. I did come briefly after a very intense meeting with the Prime Minister, by the way, who was supposed to be here as well, but there were some pressing matters, but I know that his heart was here and was ably represented by the Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today at this esteemed 2024 Green Indaba, where we gather to discuss, deliberate, and forge a path towards a greener, more sustainable future for Eswatini and beyond. My presentation this morning will be on the topic promoting climate and sustainable financing mechanisms across the financial sector in Eswatini. Ladies and gentlemen, our nation, Eswatini, nestled in the heart of Southern Africa, faces unique challenges brought about by climate change. We are witnessing the effects of global warming firsthand through rising temperatures, erratic rainfall patterns, and an increase in extreme weather events. These changes are not just environmental concerns. They carry profound implications for our economy, our communities, and indeed our financial sector. According to the 2024 World Economic Forum Global Risk Report, the top 10 risks facing the global economy over the next 2 years include natural disasters, extreme weather patterns, and the failure of climate change adaptation. The implication is that the transition towards a carbon neutral economy is more important now than ever. Mobilizing funding to facilitate the transition remains one of the key pillars of the 2015 Paris Agreement and the financial sector. In addition to public resources, is expected to play its role in this regard. In response to these pressing challenges, Eswatini has made a solemn commitment to the global community through our National Determined Contributions, NDCs. These contributions outline our dedication to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and adapting to the inevitable impacts of climate change. According to the UNDP, Eswatini needs around $1.3 billion in resources to fund its climate transition agenda. In order to turn these NDC's commitments to tangible and impactful actions, we must empower our key financial sector institutions with the Central Bank of Eswatini at the forefront. Ladies and gentlemen, concerted effort towards climate change, mitigation, and adaptation is therefore required from all stakeholders, including the financial sector, with the Central Bank as a regulator and the financial sector that it regulates. In our increasingly interconnected world, the idea of partnership goes beyond traditional limits. Operating independently and relying solely on traditional financial resources is not enough. To succeed, collaboration and diverse funding sources are essential. We must instead adopt innovative financing instruments that not only supply capital, but also promote collaboration among a diverse array of stakeholders, including governments, private sector entities, NGOs, and the general community. Various innovative climate finance instruments can be employed to bolster climate resilience and finance a just energy transition. New funding sources should also be developed to complement existing tools. These instruments include green bonds, sustainability bonds, and sustainability-linked loans. Options such as debt for climate swaps and climate-linked debt can also be considered. Despite its potential, private sector climate finance continues to lag public financing in Africa, and more work is needed in this area. The financial sector in Eswatini can be the main driver of galvanizing financing for green and related projects. The central bank, as a regulator, needs to develop an appropriate regulatory and supervisory framework, whilst banks will need to integrate environmental and climate change risks in their strategies and risk management systems. Ladies and gentlemen, it is true and very relevant that policymakers like the central bank should prioritize a better understanding and measuring of climate-related risks. This includes implementing methodologies for quantifying and reporting such risks, promoting their transparent disclosure by financial institutions, and strengthening frameworks for their forecasting and analysis. I am pleased that just a few days ago, I was meeting senior executives of one of the entity that is based in the country, and the parent group company is based in South Africa. In my engagement with these executives, I made it very, very clear that as a central bank, we are driving and promoting, supporting climate change, greening the economy, and commercial banks, especially the group entities, should also adjust their policies, take local context, and not stifle the local entities when we call upon them to respond in this regard. I was very pleased to receive this support from this entity, and I hope and will continue to engage the rest of the financial entities that we are regulating in the country. And by the way, this does not limit only the regulated entities by the central bank, also the non-bank financial institutions. And I'm pleased that the CEO of Financial Sector Regulatory Authority is here and will drive this mandate together as we do so at the central bank. Ladies and gentlemen, central bank and other regulators can provide guidance, as I've already said, on integrating finance or green finance into investment decisions and enforcing green investment disclosure standards. They can work towards promoting the deepening of domestic capital markets, improve regulatory frameworks, and address barriers to accelerating green finance. Whilst there is no one-size-fits-all approach to promoting inclusive green finance policy, some common themes have emerged. In some cases, existing policy tools and techniques for promoting financial inclusion of low-income populations and small and medium-sized enterprises can be refined and repurposed with a green focus as well. The following points outline some common areas that can be addressed to create a more conducive ecosystem for the development of green finance. 1. Setting up climate strategies and support for sustainable finance framework. 2. Developing a climate sustainable classification system and promote enhanced disclosures. This includes a green taxonomy that clearly defines eligibility and classification of activities, assets, and/or major projects that deliver on key climate, green, social, or sustainable objectives. Number 3, translating climate strategies into a pipeline of green bankable projects with enhanced cooperation between public and private sectors, as well as international financial institutions and multilateral development banks. 4, developing new tools and markets. For example, leveraging international carbon market and the development of domestic carbon pricing frameworks, including carbon markets. We see this as a good opportunity for Eswatini to explore, given the recent signing of cooperation agreements in this area with countries like our development partner, Taiwan. We urge all stakeholders involved to speed up the regulatory framework that will govern the carbon markets initiative and ensure this opportunity is fully exploited. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to announce that the Central Bank of Eswatini, in partnership with the United Nations Development Programme, has embarked on a significant initiative, the Central Bank of Eswatini Greening Project. This project is a testament to our broader commitment to global climate action and the transition to a sustainable economy. This project is not just a project. It is a transformative journey with 5 principal objectives, and I name them. 1, developing a green taxonomy. This tool will create a clear definition of greening for Eswatini, preventing greenwashing and guiding green growth-related activities, policies, and strategies. 2, strengthening the central bank's capacity. We aim to build the capacity of the central bank to lead and implement green finance initiatives effectively, ensuring that our financial sector is aligned with sustainable development goals. 3, conducting a diagnostic study. This study will assess the climate change risks and opportunities facing Eswatini, review the bank's current greening status, identify capacity gaps, and determine strategic entry points for greening the bank and the financial sector. 4, addressing knowledge gaps. The project will identify and address gaps in knowledge and skills related to green finance within the central bank and among other stakeholders, ensuring effective participation in green finance initiatives. And lastly, but certainly not the least, creating a greening roadmap. The project will result in a detailed roadmap for the central bank and broader financial sector. This roadmap will provide specific recommendations, goals, and timelines for reducing environmental footprints and offer clear guidelines for financial institutions. The project represents a critical step forward in aligning our financial systems with the nation's NDCs and broader climate resilience initiatives. As we move forward, the central bank will proactively manage climate-related risks to our financial system and channel funds towards sustainable investments to drive our nation's green transition. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to state that this project in the central bank is more than a response to climate change. It is a commitment to our future, a future where our financial systems are resilient, our economy is sustainable, and our nation thrives in harmony with our environment. I invite all stakeholders, partners, and citizens to join us on this transformative journey. Together, we can build a greener, more prosperous Eswatini for generations to come. I thank you all, and thank you again for the effective engagements. And I've got no doubt that this workshop, this Indaba, is paving a way, chanting a direction and a terrain that we will navigate together into the great future. And as we do so, we are riding on shoulders of giants that are supporting this event, and let us all, each and individually, play our part to greening Eswatini and transform this nation to be great as it is highly respected the world over. I thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Phil, for those insights. Sounds like a very exciting project the CBE greening project with those 5 main objectives. Can't wait to see those being executed upon and contributing towards the growth of the Eswatini economy and the greening of the economy going forward. So Knox, what do we do next?
Okay, before I say that, what makes me happy is yesterday, I think someone was asking that we were busy discussing these problems that we're facing about climate change. What are we going to do about it? And the governor just came with solutions. Isn't that nice? Can we clap hands for him? Okay, so we had a miscommunication here, as you can see. So I'm going to ask that we just take about 10 minutes, leg stretch or coffee, so that they come in and put back the chairs before we go into our session for today. We are so sorry about that.
Yep, it's just in preparation for the panel. I'm sure we can't wait to hear from the panelists, but we need to make them feel comfortable on stage. So they will just bring in the chairs, let's grab coffees, teas, and in 10 minutes time, we then welcome our next speaker and the panelists. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, we're in session 4. We're in session 4 now, which is about building climate resilience. And the objective for this session is to explore the potential of private-public partnerships in enhancing climate resilience in Eswatini and Africa. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Theo Hlope, who will introduce the presenter and then the panelist. Over to you, Baba Hlope.
Thank you very much. That's much better. Good morning. As already introduced, I'm Theo Hlope, but naliphelele ngTheo Felas. Mduduzi Bonginkosi Shinduke Bandla Hlope. Kwami this morning is just to introduce our presenter. I'll introduce the panelists later. Nasesiqala panel session. Dr. Sizwe Mabaso, Head of Department of Geography, Environmental Science and Planning at UNESWA, will be giving us his presentation this morning. I hope you're ready, Doctor, if you can come forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baba Hlope, and good morning, all protocol observed. As I've been introduced, my name is Sizwe Mabaso from the University of Eswatini. Standing in for Dr. Wisdom Dlamini. Well, height ngiyamzama, but ngiyamtimba ngisengamzama. But I hope I'll be able to fill his big shoes. And I've been unfortunate to follow Dr. Mnisi. One day, Nami, I heard yesterday someone, I think it was the RC, saying he's hoping that one day he grows up to be as eloquent in presenting. Nami, one day, I hope to get to the level of Baba Mnisi. Shortly, I'll just, again, on behalf of the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability Research at the university, share on our thoughts on the topic building climate resilience through private-public partnerships. I think if I had I'd come a couple of hours after the wonderful talk about Mnisi, you would have thought, because then I went updating the slides to talk to what he's touched on, because a lot of the issues he's already done the work for me. So I'll just brush through those and not dilute. So evidence is this. He's already spoken about this. But maybe just to highlight, even yesterday's talks, we spoke in detail about these issues. I think to highlight is that looking at the risk, the top 10, is that 2 years from now, if you look forward, there's just only 2 that are talking to climate-related threats. Pollution is sitting at number 10, but extreme weather events is sitting at number 2. Fast forward to 10 years from now, it's projected that pollution would still be at number 10, but now the top 4 of those 10 global risks would be those that are climate-related. Extreme weather events would have taken the pole position, followed by change in earth systems, and I think the other 2 are as critical, because this is something that we are already starting to see nationally. Biodiversity loss, as well as natural resource shortage. So I think we see how bad it is. And then also, Cecilia shared in detail this issue of global risk and how interconnected they are. The only thing that we are adding here is that that report also presents this risk as a map that is showing just how complex it is, that a trigger on one, a lot others that you could have not thought of are in a way triggered as well. And for that, then it also highlights how urgent it is for us as a nation and a continent, as well as globally, to consider holistic approaches to respond to this. And excuse me. and especially work towards strong partnerships, which is what this session is about. And I will not bore you with this again because we know all these climate risks that we are faced with as a country, as well as the future ones that are highlighted. But what is critical to also echo, because this has already been said, is that these challenges that we are faced as a result of climate change are definitely affecting us unevenly. And us, as the developing economies, Eswatini included, are most hit by these challenges, simply because a lot of our systems are still very vulnerable because we are heavily reliant on these climate-sensitive sectors, such as agriculture, for example. And also, what then we are saying is that it will be very, very critical to consider private-public partnerships for addressing these challenges that we are faced with, and as we push towards building that climate resilience in our country and our systems. So if we just focus on agriculture, on the agriculture sector, again, this was also touched by a number of speakers yesterday, and I think there was actually a session that was a presentation by Dr. Cuthbert that just focused on food systems. We are aware that in 2015, 2016, just 2 years, our maize production was reduced by about 64%, leading to at least a third of our population being food insecure in that space, short space of time. So imagine if we would be subjected to maybe 4 or 5 years, things would be very, very dire. And this again just echoes why it is very, very important for us to work towards proofing our systems and our sectors. And we've already highlighted that these sectors are interconnected. So if you proof one, other sectors will benefit. If one sector suffers, the other sectors will suffer as much. And we are probably all very well aware that projections are showing that our climate is definitely also being affected. We are looking at temperature. And what maybe one would highlight is that in as much as we are saying that temperature is gonna increase across the country, it's our cooler mountainous regions that are projected to be, that they are gonna warm much quicker than even the lower, warmer areas of the country. Similarly with precipitation, the same thing. We are expecting that there will be a decline in our rainfalls, which will also manifest in the shift in our seasonality, which we are also experiencing. Also, in terms of temporary distribution of our rainfall. So if you knew that our rainfall came around a certain time, I think we can all attest that we've been seeing a lot of shifts in our rainfall patterns. Moving on now to briefly our population. Our population has also been on the rise, leading to increased consumption as well as an increase in the demand for our resources. And some of us have been interacting with communities, and we are aware that there is already a demand for resources in the communities. Some resources are not as available as they used to be because, of course, they've dwindled, but also our populations have increased. And that has led to us being more exposed to climate change and its effects, and us being also more vulnerable. Then coming now to the issue of PPPs. Private-public partnerships will be very, very essential. Again, the governor has already touched on these issues, but we'll just echo that. It'll be very, very essential to bring everyone to the party in order to ensure that we deal with these complex challenges, because when everyone is brought to the party, then we can leverage on resources, on expertise and innovation being put into the same pot, and thus ensuring that we come up with long-term and sustainable solutions. I think we have a couple of examples even in the region on how climate-smart agricultural practices have been developed to ensure that even in erratic weather conditions, there is still adequate production coming from those areas that are no longer as sustainable in terms of the rainfall patterns. And then also, we can foster investment in green infrastructure and renewable energy projects, and some of these have already been implemented, and the governor has just said that CBE is already in a drive towards ensuring that they green. And then lastly, the collaborative nature of PPPs allows us to share responsibility and the risk, and thus ensuring that everyone, both private as well as public entities, are invested in whatever outcome that we are targeting. Then I'll look quickly on some key areas for PPPs in climate finance for Eswatini. We can look, and there's already, as I've said, some work that's being done under infrastructure development, where if we do well, then we could ensure that whatever projects that are coming through are already climate resilient, because we need to prove our infrastructure, as we know that we are already experiencing a lot of extreme weather events. And then for also, there's an already ongoing project in Eswatini that is talking to green cities. So we know that if that goes well, as well as the project that the governor is already, has shared with us, then we should see a great move towards infrastructure development that is resilient to climate. And then there's also the opportunity for green technology and innovation. There's a number of institutions in the country already that have invested on renewable energy initiatives, especially solar energy. And then also, we can work harder to ensure that our agriculture sector is more sustainable through the use of green technology and innovation. And I think in the sugarcane sector, there's already a lot of technological advancement. The use of drones, for example, for spraying and all that, precision agriculture. All those are ensuring that with the limited resources that we have, we can maximize and do well. And then there's a critical part that was also raised in one of the sessions yesterday, community engagement and education. Because for people to embrace and adopt something, they need to be aware of it, they need to be capacitated on its potential as well as the benefits. Moving on to key focus areas for PPPs in Eswatini. Dr. Cuthbert has already highlighted the importance of climate responsive food systems. This is an area that as Eswatini we need to ensure that we invest and ensure that there's a private-public partnership in this area, so that we ensure that whatever technologies that are available in the private sector are harnessed to ensure that we diversify and ensure that there is also sustainable production in our food system, which will ultimately ensure that we are also food secure. There is also the health and well-being component. PPPs can also address the intersection between climate change and the public health. And Cecilindu again gave a presentation, and the panelists dealt with that well in detail, while it is a critical component. Youth empowerment and gender equality. If we want sustainability, initiatives need to be youth-led, and we need to ensure that there is a balance. Everyone is not left behind. So it will be very, very important to ensure that every stakeholder is engaged. And then just a couple of case studies of successful PPPs. There's a lot of them. If you read, in Zambia, they've successfully introduced climate-smart agriculture technologies and techniques, including conservation agriculture and water-efficient practices. And this can definitely be replicated in Eswatini. And I think there's also a couple of farmers, even locally now, that have gone that direction. And then also, there's a number of projects, even locally, on renewable energy. I've made an example of some institutions now that will be using solar, which they would have seen a massive decline even in their bills, energy bills, because now they are more reliant on this renewable energy. And then also cities like Durban have been implementing climate resilient urban infrastructure, which then would talk to flood resistant drainage systems, to energy efficient buildings. There are a couple of buildings now in Durban that would be categorized as energy very highly efficient buildings. This is something that as we push our green cities project, we definitely need to ensure that we ride on such. And then there's also a small case for Eswatini, the University of Eswatini. About 2017, we partnered with Macaferi South Africa for a vetiver grass technology partnership. So I think most of us would know that the vetiver grass is used for stabilizing the roads when new roads are being constructed in the country. But as a university, we took that forward and established a nursery for propagating this grass, specifically for rehabilitation in our communities. And this has gone a long way in ensuring that even a Eswatini Environment Fund benefits a lot. Instead of sourcing this vetiver from South Africa, this is now a technology that is available within the country, which also then says that we are also cutting in terms of emissions. Instead of transporting the grass all the way from South Africa, the grass is now available locally. Talking to challenges now, what would be the challenges? Funding and investment risk, of course, especially in developing economies like ours. It's very, very hard securing financing for climate resilient projects. And then also, if your regulatory and policies are not well structured, there would always be a barrier in the implementation of PPP projects. And then also, coordination between stakeholders. Everyone, as we've been showing, needs to come to the party. If there isn't a clear coordination guideline, such would also be a hindrance or a barrier. But then there is also opportunities. What would be opportunities? Opportunities would include that a lot of the private sector would have a lot of innovation and a lot of technologies. So if these technologies are harnessed, then we benefit environmentally and ensure that we have got sustainable solutions. And then also, this gives us an opportunity to access new markets through the green growth sectors, such as renewable energy as well as sustainable agriculture. I think recently we were engaging a community, for example, under sustainable agriculture, where the community is complaining that there is an invasion now in the area, especially the rangelands, by guava trees. So they are seeing it as a challenge. But one of the people who were in the meeting then asked them about if they had considered actually using those guavas as a business opportunity, so that there is value addition, maybe the production of jam, for example. And they were saying that they have never thought of things that way. So I think the more people come in, the more opportunities that could be seen by people, and then we maximize on that. And then we've already touched on the issue of sustainability, that wherever that we are implementing, we want to ensure that there is a pathway for long-term sustainability for both sectors, both the private as well as the public sector. What would be strategic approaches that are effective for PPPs? To maximize, of course, you can't, we've already said that the challenges are interconnected and very, very complex. That would then mean that we need a multifaceted approach. Such an approach talks to creating a supportive policy environment. Government must create an enabling policy framework to ensure that our PPPs are sustainably implemented, particularly in these climate-sensitive sectors, such as agriculture. And then we also need to ensure that no one is left behind. Every stakeholder makes their contribution. And then also, it will be very, very important that we keep monitoring and evaluating so that we ensure that we meet our objectives, and wherever there is challenges, we also correct timeously and ensure that we maximize. And there will be requirements then from a government standpoint as well as from the private sector standpoint. From government, we need clear policy signals with long-term policy certainty. We need to ensure that there is that enabling regulatory framework. We need to ensure that there is clear processes for leveraging the public sector finance with the private sector finance. And then also we need clarity on priorities for investment and timeframes. And then from the private sector, we need to ensure that there is an enabling financial framework. So for government, it's the regulatory framework, but from a private sector, we need to ensure that we've got an enabling financial framework. And then we also need to ensure that there is a mix of financing instruments, which the governor has already touched on, that it would be very, very important to have a mix of financing instruments, which are easily accessible for people and institutions. And then also we need appropriate levels of risk tolerance and an ability to understand and engage with governmental processes. People should be comfortable to deal with governmental processes. I'm just using now this infographic from USAID to kind of echo what we've just said. So according to this infographic, you are trying to move from a non-green city to a green city using climate adaptation. So there are about 5 steps that are being recommended. The first one is that raise awareness and engage the private sector on climate adaptation. Once you've raised awareness, you need to provide private sector specific guidance on adaptation. And then next, you need to facilitate knowledge transfer across global supply chains. And then you need to promote private sector climate adaptation solutions. And lastly, you need to accelerate innovation, innovative climate adaptation finance. What would be the desired outcomes as I draw towards the end, and action points? We've already spoken in detail on the issue of building climate responsive food systems. And then also we've highlighted the need to ensure that the youth is empowered and we promote gender equality. And anyway, a lot of the climate financiers will always ensure that when a proposal, for example, coming from Eswatini is being considered, they will look carefully into whether youth and gender equality issues are integrated into that proposal or project that is being proposed. And then also we need to establish robust PPPs for climate resilience through focusing again, the governor has touched on the issue of our NDCs. We need to ensure that the PPPs that we are implementing are aligning with our contributions as a country. And then lastly, we need to leverage Eswatini's financing strategy for climate action 2050 so that we mobilize resources for green growth projects. In the interest of time, I will just request to skip this slide, and this slide, skip it as well, but highlight that these are basically our NDCs. So as a country, we've already put down our ambitions and especially also highlighted the key sectors that we need to focus on to ensure that we are a sustainable society and community. So as PPPs are being established, it will be very, very important that those projects that we are implementing are definitely aligning with this to ensure that we assist the country towards achieving the SDGs. And the last slide will talk to strategic opportunity identification for PPPs on climate resilience. This is again an infographic from USAID that is saying that there's about 5 steps that you need to take when you're identifying strategic opportunities. First, you need to identify climate risks on adaptation solutions, assess impacts of policy and regulatory framework on climate adaptation action, Then thirdly, identify strategic partners. The fourth one is select partnership blueprint. And then lastly, then design and co-create partnerships. And then also there's about 6 pathways to engage private sector in order to advance climate adaptation resilience. The first one is to build business case for companies to assess and disclose climate risk so as to boost the investor and financer confidence. Once that has been done, then you need to strengthen the business capacity to establish climate risk management systems. Then thirdly, you need then to promote adaptation solutions within buyer-supplier coalitions. Once that has been done, then you can pilot nature-based solutions, so you build your case. Once you have piloted successfully, then you can scale up nationally. And the last part would then be to attract private sector financing for adaptation solutions by de-risking the investment through blended finance. Again, the governor has touched on this. And then on conclusion, all we've tried to highlight is that as Eswatini, we need to build resilience, climate resilience. And that, for us to achieve, we need collaboration at a time to act and to work together to create this resilient and sustainable future for all Eswatini. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let these glasses fool you. I have to make a choice. Either I can read or I can see you. So I need to read for now. So anginbon kahle but inbahle. So as already mentioned, this is session 4, and it's on building resilience to climate change. We're in a panel discussion. I'd like to begin by introducing my first panelist, Ms. Saima Shanika. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. My next panelist, a former best friend, Mr. Inati Dlamini. We've also asked our presenter from the previous session to join us as a panelist. So Dr. Mabaso, please come through. I'm not sure if Mpepetso is here, Mr. Masocha Vilagati. Okay. I'm also told that Dr. Haley, COGO Geospace Analytical Services is giving his apologies, so he won't be joining us. And then there's Mr. Musole Musumali, Regional Climate Change and Green Growth Officer, African Development Bank. He's joining us virtually. Oh, okay, thank you. Can you hear us, Mr. Musumali? These hybrid situations don't really help. I think what we can do while he's trying to get a connection is, I'm gonna begin to grill my panelists.
But we are connected. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you.
Is that Mr. Musumali?
Yes, it's Adeni actually. I'm sitting for Muila.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and you are?
Adeni Constant.
Nelly Constant. Okay, thank you very much, my brother. We'll get round to you. I'm just going to start with the panelists that are here. I have some tough questions. And I'll start with you, Ms. Shamnika. Okay, your question is, can you share how building partnerships can be packaged to address food security challenges in the context of climate change in Southern Africa and Eswatini in particular?
Thank you very much, moderator, for the question. I want to start off by introducing myself for the benefit of those who were not here yesterday. My name is Saima. I'm currently working for WFP regional office in Southern Africa, based in Johannesburg. But before joining WFP, I've worked as an assistant or executive assistant to two presidents in Namibia, the founding president and the second president. And after having worked with the president, I moved to the office of the prime minister, and I was heading the prime minister's office before then I joined WFP. And obviously I have a fond memory of this place, because in the UN there is what you, not UN, but rather the African Union, a Zulwini consensus. A Zulwini consensus is about the African Union position on the reform of the UN Security Council. And when the African head of states met, that meeting took place here, where they discussed about how the position on the UN Security Council. So that time I was working with the two presidents that I spoke about, and we used to be coming here. So that's why I'm saying I have a fond memory of this place, because I've known it before. Although when I came in now, I was a bit lost, but that was 2005, so it's long ago. Now, coming back to the question which has been put to me, I think really I must first and foremost applaud the main presenter. It was really a very, very comprehensive presentation that have spoken about all partnerships and collaboration that needs to be made in order for us to go far, or to create an impactful solution for climate smart agriculture. And there is a proverb that says, if you want to go quickly, go alone. And if you want to go far, go with others. And that is really going into the need for collaboration and partnership. Because when you collaborate, you bring a number of people together, and you are able, in you pulling resources together, as it has been said, resources being the human resource, the capital resource, and all others, you are able to create an impactful solution that can, sustain, or a sustainable solution that really can go for a long time, as opposed to you doing it alone. I want to give a specific example that I'm in particular working on, and how we managed to bring partners together to create a solution. Want to call it kind of an innovative solution to deal with the current challenges that is facing us, particularly after we have gone through COVID. We realized that digital education is no longer a luxury as it used to be. Because before COVID, digital education was more just in the private schools, and schools that are, way ahead. After COVID, the people that were affected most by COVID in terms of education was schools in underserved community, government schools, and so on. So what we did together with partners, we pulled partners from the private sector, from the government, and international partners in education, that we package a program. And this program is specifically, one of the partners, or the biggest partner that we have, is SADC, so Southern African Development Community. And with SADC, you bring all countries that are under SADC, 16 countries together. And then we had a partner, an international partner, who is really big in digital education, from the United Arab Emirates. And then we also brought together local and regional partners in education, and then we formed that package. Now the focus is underserved communities. We're going into the rural areas and enabling, putting up infrastructures that will enable digital education to take place in the rural areas. That now means that with that, we have to bring infrastructures in terms of electricity, infrastructures in terms of Wi-Fi, and access to those infrastructures to make sure that the digital environment or digital classroom is made possible for children to learn. And when they are learning, it's not only that they are learning within, but they are also able to go across, to have a lecture taking place with a digital educator coming from the United Arab Emirates, or connecting to the US, or connecting to London. So those are specific, example of a partnership that has been brought together, and it has now been put together. And what we did with this partnership, in November last year, we brought together ministers of education. But then we started with a cohort. We started with certain member. We wanted really to do a pilot first before we moved into the real program. So we brought together 6 countries, ministers of education of 6 countries. This is Angola, Lesotho, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Madagascar. Yeah, those are 6 countries that we worked with. So we brought them together. We looked at specific conditions in each of the countries. So we said, okay, let's discuss what are the opportunities and the challenges that exist in your country. And then we package each of the intervention based on the need. It's a contextualized solution that we brought to each of the country. Now, a second cohort is now being brought on board, and we are looking at bringing also ministers of education and local partners together. And Eswatini is one of the countries that we are going to bring on board in terms of the digital education. So now, when you are doing digital education, we are focusing in terms of the climate smart solution, is that children are being taught from a young age. Because in the past, digital education will be at the universities, will be at the secondary school, but this one you are starting with children at a young age, and you bring, you bring awareness and you teach them on what are the current issues. Because the current issues, they are all, climate-related issues, and the children are being taught from early age. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shanika. I'm getting the sense that collaboration, partnerships, and I suppose teaching children through digital means is going to be an important response. Climate change is very, very serious, and I think we're all facing an existential crisis as a consequence. Thank you very much for your answer. Mr. Dlamini Ngozi. Mr. Dlamini, can you discuss how Business Eswatini is collaborating with various stakeholders to drive sustainable business practices and the urgent need for climate change adaptation across its membership in Eswatini?
Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. Thank you, my former friend, for being with you here. He calls me a former friend because I did say some unsavory things when I was sitting over there, so he's paying back. But having said so, just to preface my response to that, I think we are all well aware that I represent a huge stakeholder base which has vested interest in this crucial conversation which we are having today. Most importantly, you'll be aware that over 90% of the private sector GDP of this country comes from members who I represent in this conference. So I have a vested interest. But the question is, what brings me here? And why we feel as a private sector it behooves us to be part of this conference firstly, and in designing the desired solutions for this country to meet the challenges of the moment regarding climate change. Firstly, just to preface it, you will be well aware, and other presenters have stated it before me, that it all begins with us with the Paris Accord, which this country ratified. And you will recall that in this Paris Accord, there were primarily three pillars in there. One was mitigation, the second of which was adaptation, and the third pillar was finance. Now, any one of you can choose which pillar they can decide to play in. Unfortunately for us as a private sector, it seems to involve us. One, on the part of mitigation, we feel we need to play our role in that regard. And certainly adaptation, I think we have even a bigger role to play as industry. And certainly in coming up with relevant financing tools for it, yes, it's still the private sector. You'll also be aware that this government of this country decided to nail their colors to the mast when they decided to issue the NDCs of this country, nationally determined contributions on greenhouse gases. I don't know, it was COP 25 or 20 COP, but was somewhere around 2017. And just to remind you, they decided that by 2030, as a country, we will have removed just a tad over 1 million metric tons rather, tons of greenhouse gases from our atmosphere in this kingdom. Between now and 2030, over 1 million of those. And the governor has ably said that how much will it cost us to do so? And a figure of 1.3 billion rand. Hello, can I call you back, please? Sorry, someone is calling me. Okay. You know, when I'm ready to answer phones, they never call me, and now I'm here. They decide to call me. And that's the target this country set for us. And the private sector, we embrace that challenge, which is why we are here. Firstly, you will be also well aware, as part of our response to this, we are working very closely with the ministry, effecting amendments to the legislation that will guide the actions in terms of us meeting the targets we have set ourselves. We are also working very closely with the regulator, ESERA, in drafting, or rather contributing to the bylaws and the regulations which will guide, for instance, IPPs, independent power producers, etc. But also working very, very closely with our members or industry in trying to find ways that they can pursue our business effectively in a manner that is in line with expectations of the challenge which we have before us, but also consumers as well, of which I'm a part, to say what role we can play. You will be very much aware that SBE now have become really sort of the nucleus of renewable energy projects with our partners. I think I saw earlier Luis Miguel Pascal is here from the EU, with whom we work very, very closely, together with our development partners like GIZ, in really trying to fast track some of these projects, green power projects. Electricity is one of the biggest emitters of carbons into the atmosphere, and oh, by the way, the government did say what's our energy mix policy here? It's okay, dirty fuels 50, but green energy is 50%, and that's where we play the role on the green power projects. And now we have a very healthy pipeline of those projects now, working in collaboration with banks, investors, local and overseas, to try to address our energy shortages, not only in this kingdom, but hopefully open avenues for exports once they are done. It's very, very clear that for the foreseeable future, and probably even beyond, Africa will continue to be energy starved in ways that we could not have fathomed before. So we believe investing in that and driving those projects, we will then not only contribute to economic development, of which all of us should behoove us to be doing that, but also we will contribute to job creation as well. So we are very, very, very much active as a private sector. I think for now, I'll stop there. I'll come back to you in need.
Ngos, perhaps I should have made sure that I confiscated your phone personally. I've got a follow-up question. You mentioned energy starvation, which sounds particularly cruel. But how are your constituents and the people that you interact with ensuring that Eswatini doesn't experience this energy starvation that you refer to?
That's a very, very important question, and one which we've been asking ourselves for the past few years. Is we have seen what could happen if we don't plan ahead. And I'm very, very happy to report that for the first time in the past couple of years, the sheer collaboration that's taking place between governments, between the investors, between the suppliers of electricity, even EEC, and the private sector has been truly, truly amazing. And I sit here confident now that we will not find ourselves in this country where we face load shedding, for instance. I think I'm reasonably confident, and if I'm ever wrong in the future, please don't tell people I said this. But I can tell you right now, I don't think it will happen to us, just based on the sheer commitment that's shown by all our stakeholders in this country, including the regulator of electricity.
Thank you very much, Laminognen. I think there'll be headlines blaring tomorrow. Never ever load shedding in Eswatini. Inathi Dlamini.
Oh no.
Dr. Mabaso, I've always wanted to be a doctor. You look younger than me, so I'm a little bit envious. I have a question for you, doctor, and I think it's in your particular space and your expertise. The question is, how do we leverage geospatial data to foster partnerships that enhance climate change, resilience, and sustainability in Eswatini?
Thank you so much, Baba Hlope.
It could have been Dr. Hlope, but
Dr.
not.
Hlope. Thank you. I was more comfortable there because the lights were off. So, yeah, but
now the lights are on.
The lights are on. Coming back to the question, yes, geospatial data is very, very important that we benefit a lot because as a country, for example, you find that it's very expensive to source ground-based data, yet the same phenomenon or variables that you're interested in, you can source them from geospatial data. And there's been efforts globally by governments in partnership with other governments, especially from less developed countries like ours, to ensure that geospatial data is more and readily available. And that way, it ensures that we can leverage on such to ensure that we cover much ground. I will make an example. Currently, Eswatini is working on developing the project document for the food systems child project. If one key component of that is to assess the status quo, what is going on in these landscapes that we are targeting. And if you were to take the time to collect that data on the ground, you'll probably need a year or so. But leveraging on geospatial data, it's just a matter of getting those images, and then they will tell the story where you are, where you're from. So I think in a nutshell, that is the power of geospatial data. And we are seeing a lot of it coming in, even in Eswatini. Institutions like the National Disaster Management Agency, even the private sector. There's a lot that is coming through, and it's exciting. Of course, there's a cost implication to it because the readily available ones, you find that there are probably two costs for Eswatini, because Eswatini is a very heterogeneous country. Within a square kilometer, you find that there are numerous land uses and land covers that are existing. Yet, you find that the global products that are available per pixel size, you find that it's more than a kilometer. So there are those dynamics and that quotient when we are employing these data sets. But the availability of technologies like the drone technology will, in a way, take us forward quicker to ensure that we close those gaps. And we look to the private sector, of course, to ensure that the public is assisted to ensure that we maximize on these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It's actually a very good answer. Swaziland, obviously, or Eswatini, obviously has very fine minds. Thank you very much, Dr. Mabaso. I'm going to open up the discussion to the audience. But while you prepare yourselves, my questions in Lataf, I'm going to just introduce a topic, and I'm going to ask my panelists individually to just respond to it and give me their own sort of personalized experience in this regard. And the topic I want to just broach quickly is the role of government. A tendency to emphasize the role of government, NGOs and government agencies with a mandate to focus on environmental matters than on the role of corporates themselves to mitigate the effects of climate change. If I can start with you, my sister, what's your response and what has been your experience in your own environment with regards to this? I think what it's basically saying is that there's a sense that climate change is an issue for NGOs, is an issue for government, is an issue for government agencies, and that corporates perhaps are given a free ride. I don't know what your sense is, if you can maybe give me a sense of that.
Yeah, matter of fact, climate change is an issue for everyone. Everyone is affected by climate change. When, for instance, are dealing with El Nino, when we have the issue of food security, it's not only affecting government, it's not only affecting individuals, it's affecting everyone. And when the rain pattern is changed in a given country, and here we know it's around the world, it's not only affecting one particular portion of a society, it's affecting everyone. So issues of climate change is really everybody's business. And we need to be very innovative in coming up with solutions to address these issues. And the role of government, it's very, very important. So is the role of the private sector, the role of the civil society organizations. We always look at to say, in the past, for instance, you will have, when I was working in government, we will have the UN body or international partners that will come into a country, then they will come with their own way of wanting to do certain things. And then government must kind of either agree, or if they don't agree, then you go into the community and you start implementing solutions that would obviously not last longer. What we're saying is that in working together in a particular country, we must first and foremost look at the priorities of that country. Most of the time, priorities of the country are in the national development plan of that country. And some countries are so, the society work together that the national development plan of a country is made up, of the views, the needs and aspiration of each and every community, that the private sector are included, the views of the private sector are included, the civil society organizations and everybody's included. But then when you are coming up with a solution, look at those priorities of the government, priorities of the private sector, which really should be linked. The priorities of a country under normal circumstances or under a preferable situation, it should be linked, so that when you are addressing, for instance, the issue of digital education that I'm talking about, that you're not only you look at everybody, that digital education, the solution must be to empower the Eswatini, the Swazi a Swazi child, you know, a Namibian child, a South African child. And then you have, you know, that person empowered, because then we believe that that person is going to be a productive citizen. When you go alone and you don't include others, a solution of whatever sort that you bring will not work through. Yesterday there was one person who said, yeah, we were working with one of the UN agencies and those solutions never include us, and they will always die when, you know, the withdrawal of funds come through. Of course, what governments also need to know is that when a development partners is bringing funding, the funding is not supposed to continue forever. It's an intervention. It's you being trained to go into a situation that knowing that you are going to be there forever. So those who are trained need to have their eyes and their ears much open to how do I go thereafter when the fund has been withdrawn. And you package the situation in such a way that you as a funder will know that you are not going to waste your resources, that when your time comes to go out, then the thing dies, because the aim should be to go further. And you as a recipient should also know that I am also not going to waste my time being here knowing that when they are gone, then everything dies down. So really, really the aim is that bring everybody on the table and have a solution that is just not only a 5 years, a 2 years, or a 1 year solution, but it's a solution, it's a sustainable solution that will go further. And just to wrap up, is to say, really, climate change is everything. We can't talk about anything without climate change. You can't have a solution that does not include climate change. If you have such a solution, then you know it's a short-sighted solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Ross.
First of all, there was a time when I used to say, I didn't cause this problem. And why should I do this? And I think most of you have been there. And you have grown beyond that. And secondly, we need to accept that some of these solutions now, they can be quite expensive to industry, right? It's almost like, as my sister was busy talking, I was thinking about how cheap junk food is. And somebody said, try and eat in a healthy way and find out how expensive that is. And yet it's good for you. Junk food is cheap, and yet it's bad for you. And this transitioning or being asked is like from junk food to something better. But don't expect it to be cheap. I'm saying this particularly because on the part of government, that's to your question, what is it that they can do to ensure that we move a little bit faster as industry and other institutions? I can challenge them to reach into their arsenal on innovative tools, like incentivizing businesses to adopt quicker so that they can move faster. What am I talking about? I'm not talking about financing here. I'm talking about tax incentives, for instance, as a reward for those industries that adopt the policies that move us closer to the target which the country has set for ourselves. And indeed, in the COP26, it's stated in the document, government, in their own words, in order for us to get there by 2030, we will need the full participation of the private sector, not only at shop floor level, where we need efficient production mechanisms that do not emit greenhouse gases, but also transitioning from dairy fuels to cleaner fuels. That's what we're doing. and it's good to do so, but incentivizing some of these companies just perhaps may help get us to the finish line faster than not.
Thank you very much, Dlamini. Just in the interest of time, Doctor, if I can just ask you to hold off on your comments. I've neglected my virtual participant. Mr. Constant, are you still with us?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. My brother, I have a specific question for you before you respond to the general question that I asked the panel. I want to ask it in this way. How is the African Development Bank facilitating partnerships that promote green growth and climate resilience across the continent?
Okay, thank you. The African Development Bank has a number of flagship programs that are partnership-based flagship program that enhance capacity between public and private sector partnership, as well as de-risking private sector's investment, capacity building also at local level. So to name few of them, especially with the discussion so far from other panelists and also the section from yesterday that focus on agriculture sectors. One of the flagship program is the Technology for Africa Agricultural Transformation. We call it TAT. So TAT is a partnership-based program specifically designed for the agriculture sectors around 3 pillars. One of them is to scale up proven technology. So how to work both at national level and regional level within that partnership business model. National research system institution as regional pillar enable policy environment, because one aspect is to work research, support research, innovation for technology development, but the other way is also to ensure that the technology is adopted, to ensure that the environment is conducive for even for the private sectors to invest in agricultural technology development. So on the policy side is where the bank support countries within the private sectors, working with other DFI development financial institutions as well to have to improve, to develop, for instance, agricultural investment plan, for instance, how to ensure that the country has insurance product, for instance, that will really de-risk farmers, especially small-scale farmers, to climate risk. Alas, within that, there is also component on capacity building. And that has been working with a number of countries so far, a number of countries. Recent support was on the food emergency program, for instance, food emergency program, as you are aware of Russia-Ukraine conflict, a shortage of wheat in Africa. That has close work, for instance, with Ethiopia to develop heat resilience wheat seed, and this has really helped Ethiopia to leverage the wheat yield from 2 tons per hectare to 4 tons per hectare, as well as helping Ethiopia to have additional wheat production over 1.6 million. So this is a TAT program that I think it also helped countries like Eswatini to design a sustainable climate resilience agricultural development food system. Under agricultural flagship, the other innovative flagship that the bank use is the the African fertilizer financing mechanism. As you know, you may invest to have innovative seed, but also you need fertilizer to support the production system. But we find in most cases, private sectors, even SME don't have access to finance. Sometimes, even from the government side, there is no enough provision of fertilizer. Even if in the national budgeting, you see that fertilizer financing is not budgeting. So the bank, through the African fertilizer financing mechanism, has put in place some guarantee system, some guarantee mechanism, even if trade guarantee mechanism, so that country can have pushers or have access to fertilizer in order on time also, because when the crop season has started, we have seen that with climate change, season because of climate variability. So with that is also in synergy with the Africa fertilizer financing mechanism. So is integrated. All these instruments are integrated. There are some countries where they work together to ensure that the agriculture sectors is resilient. Country have access to innovative financing instruments. This is I wish for the agriculture sectors. I will stop there, but I also want to highlight the energy. Energy is very critical for development in Africa. Energy is very critical for Eswatini as well. I have heard some of the panelists have highlighted that they never wish that Eswatini will end up in blackout or load shedding. So the bank has a sustainable finance fund that really help countries to financial close the project. So you may have project idea, but you need in detailed feasibility studies, every design of the financial instrument that you can financial close your project, have a strong design study, ensure that you have put in place all financial mechanism, how the government can come in. Is there any partial guarantee fund? Is there any project preparation fund, so that the project can be high yield maturity? So the sustainable fund, energy fund, is one of the good instrument that the bank use. The bank also use in the energy sector a policy-based financing, and one of the policy-based financing recently was within South Africa Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, that it was a policy-based financing to improve the policy environment with the governance of energy in South Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Constant.
Okay, thank you.
Were you done? Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. In the interest of time, although I had wanted to ask you a follow-up question about the dangers or the risks presented by greenwashing in the process of green financing, but I think we are very much at the edge of what we were given in terms of CICATS, in terms of the time that we were given. I'm not sure if the program directors are happy that I take one or two questions from the floor. Sorry, I've eaten into your tea time. As I said earlier on, Angboni, so somebody will have to keep me honest in terms of seeing the hands. I think there's somebody over there. Please introduce yourself and then ask your question. Please also be specific about who you're asking the question.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues and partners. The first questions go to Inata Dlamini. May you assist the meeting today, Ngosi, by just demonstrating to the partners what we have done collectively as a private sector and government towards developing a legal framework which will support all these projects you have just indicated, Ngozi, specifically the Citizens Economic Empowerment Act 2023. Tell them how we got to that, and tell them how that got to empower us as private sector for the purposes of building confidence to our partners around the house, to our partners around the globe, in terms of getting the green economy back to perspective. As you have cited rightfully, the COP17, which was in Durban, there were issues there, and we took note as a private sector, and we came back home and started moving. Secondly, I didn't get the lady's name, but this one is going to you, Sisi. You are quite right to say when a partner, could it be an NGO or so, goes direct to the community to provide solutions, those projects are not sustainable. Mlangani, tell her how we've reorganized ourselves as a private sector to ensure that we have a rural-based private sector with all the expertise required to partner with these wonderful partners of the country towards ensuring that those projects become sustainable beyond the project completion. The model is called FESPIC, Vusumnotho, Socio-Economic Sustainable Development. FESPIC, Vusumnotho, Socio-Economic, Sustainable Socio-Economic Development Program. Umlangani will tell you more about it, he knows it. Then coming back to AFDB, who was on the virtual platform. Thanks AFDB, you have done a lot. But to all the partners here, please try to adopt what CCS told us, that when you go direct to the communities, the projects do not get the sustainability which you wanted to see. And Umlangani will also tell you about corruption, how corruption has really derailed this good work which is done by our partners. His Majesty, tell them about His Majesty, the King's declaration on corruption. Tell them on the Minister of Justice declaration on the corruption policy. And tell them what we are doing as a private sector to kick corruption out of the way. Thank you very much.
Hey, go ahead and go.
First of all, thank you very much. The speaker did ask questions, and most of them he answered himself, which is quite good. I think you all heard for yourselves the questions and the answers to it. I think just because we're out of time is to just say, us as a private sector, we're thankful for the new collaboration that we see between the private sector and government and NGOs. It is something that we do not take for granted. It's something that we're thankful for. As long as we continue to hold hands together going forward, I think then this country will succeed. I think I can say that for now because of time.
Goss, thank you very much. I think there was a question for there was another question.
It was for her. Yes. I have answered it for her.
Okay, so we're done.
Yeah, she was saying I must tell her.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We've completely run out of time, but if there is a burning question from the floor, I will take it and then call it a day.
Looks like there's no other question.
I think people are hungry. Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay, thank you very much. We're done. Thank you very much. Please give a hand A round of applause to my panelists, and thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Hlophe. Thank you to the presenter, Dr. Mabaso. Thank you to the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a tea break. Let's get back into the room at 11:05. Thank you. Welcome back. Let's resume with our activities for the day. Next topic is going to be on innovative financing for green growth. So we've lined up great speakers, moderator, and a panel. We follow the same structure. Before we continue, just to acknowledge once more the sponsors, Government of Eswatini, SNG, Grant Thornton, United Nations, and also the various partners, CBE, FSRA, the University of Eswatini, Eswatini Stock Exchange, USAID, HITA, Power Africa, and Wonderport. So what I also learned since yesterday is that we have a lot of very creative people in the room, and entrepreneurs, sales specialists, business development specialists. They are looking for opportunities. We saw those bags. We saw that the conversations dragging a little bit, but the nice thing is we are problem solvers, right? We find a way of moving forward and cover everything that we intended to cover. While I was mingling during the tea break, I came across Waterford Gamhlaba. It's a school, right? And they are very good at selling as well. So immediately they said they are creating a solar farm and they are running a campaign. So during the next break, reach out to them and find out more. I won't do the selling for them, right? So reach out and find out more. Without wasting any time, let me introduce the moderator for this session, Mr. Ngamiso Jalinjali, to come to the podium. He will then introduce the presenter and the panelists. Over to you.
Thank you, Opa. Good morning, delegates and colleagues and former friends and future enemies. We do welcome session 5, which will start off as usual with a presentation from a gentleman who used to be a colleague in central banking, and then he sort of got lost in energy efficiency and all those things, but very, very relevant for today's engagement. Welcome Mr. Fundai Matura, who is based in Addis, working for UNDP, our headline advisors and everything sponsoring today. So we are going to get into his presentation, and shortly after that we'll welcome the panel, obviously, following from the former friend as well. There are just some changes that we will be dealing with, but they are good changes. You want to sit in those chairs with people that you have chemistry with. So those who have left have done us good, but we have very good replacements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Today I have the pleasure of addressing, actually this session is going to address one of the key things which has been a thread since yesterday. This issue has been the issue of finance, access to finance. You remember from yesterday's session, people were saying, we're talking about these projects, but where do we get access to finance? How are we going to finance these projects? And there's been a lot of back and forth when it comes to the issue of finance. It looks like finance is one of the key things which is bringing back most of the progress which you were trying to do. So I think this session is a very good session for you. You are going to get all the answers to all those questions of where do we get finance, how do we get finance. So it's a very good session for you. And it is also a very good session for me because I don't have to answer those questions. I'll just lay the groundwork, and then our panel of experts is the one which is going to have the difficult task of answering those difficult questions. So without much further ado, I don't want to stand between you and getting the answers which you require in terms of getting access to finance. So I'm going to talk very briefly to set the scene of what does the financial landscape in Africa look like, what are the various instruments which are available out there for people to look at in terms of accessing finance. And then I'll also just give a few numbers for you to reflect on, and then I'm going to sit down very comfortably with you and listen to the experts showing you practically how you can access those that finance. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay. I think all of us are aware that we are really facing like the perfect storm. We have a situation whereby we are facing a climate crisis. I think we've been hearing this since yesterday. There is a climate crisis out there. Floods, all sorts of things are increasing and are getting worse. We also are facing economic crisis. I think most of you will agree with me. When you look at the situation out there, high interest rates, high debt levels, lack of foreign currency, and all these economic crises which we are facing. And in this continent as well, particularly when you look at the Sahel region and the Horn of Africa region, we are also facing with conflicts. We have got internal displacement, we have got wars. Fortunately, in this part of the world, we do not have those crises, but this is like the perfect storm. These challenges are out there, they are facing us, and they are creating all sorts of manner of havoc with our economic systems, with our lives, and everything. And also, if you look at the financial system, we're looking at 350 billion funding gap for SDGs out there. That is the sort of amount which is needed to fund SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. But if you look at Africa, particularly post the pandemic, the growth rate has really slowed down. The region used to have growth rates in excess of 5%, 7%, albeit coming from a low base, but the growth rate has really been going down. Central banks have been trying to tighten monetary policies in trying to control inflation, and many countries in the region are facing with debt crisis. They are really facing with challenges, so they are unable to finance some of the infrastructure which is needed to spur economic growth. Next slide, please. But the good thing is the monies are out there. At the last estimate, it estimated that there is over 463 trillion out there in assets which are available. And what is really needed is that ability to come up with the instruments to try to tap into that. How can sustainable development step into these assets and be able to fund sustainability and growth, climate change response and resilience? Because it's not that the monies are not there, but because there is monies to fight wars, there is monies to do all these other things. Why are we failing to tap into these resources? And this is some of the things which we're going to try to unpack and see how best we can then be able to tap those resources. When it comes to the region, there are a lot of barriers which prevent us from tapping into these financial resources. When you look at it, a lot of the markets, the financial systems in our countries are illiquid. There's not enough cash, there's not enough money to go around because the financial systems, market systems are simply too small. And then there's also a situation whereby the private sector and the public sector simply do not have the capacity to design the financing instruments which are needed to tap into those resources. And also one challenge which has really come through is there is a mismatch between what the investors expect and what the project developers want to present to investors. And one of the things which we came across, particularly in the energy space, has been the fact that a lot of developers are saying there is not enough pipeline of projects out there for us to be able to build up the capacity within our banks to be able to, to fund those projects, because you find maybe in a country, in a given period of time, you can only find 10 projects, 15 projects, and for a bank to then build up a whole division to try to do project appraisals for energy projects, for example, when the pipeline is limited, it is expensive. So there has been that mismatch between what the developers are looking for and what the financiers are looking for. And also one key issue which is also coming out is the high cost of funds in our markets. You find that there is this high risk premium which developers have to pay because of the lack of depth and the lack of understanding of our markets. Next slide, please. But yes, that's enough of the negatives. You sometimes want to start on the negative side before you look at the positives. And what are the positives? We're actually beginning to see a deepening of some of the financial markets in the region. Some countries, if you look at countries like South Africa, if you look at countries like Egypt, Nigeria, their stock markets are continuing to deepen, and they are continuing to offer innovative financial instruments to fund energy, climate projects. We are also beginning to see the establishment of sovereign wealth funds. These sovereign wealth funds are beginning to become more powerful. They're beginning to have adequate capacity to finance projects. And also there's a lot of monies in pension funds. A lot of the pension funds do have a mandate to invest in green projects. And you find that in some countries, actually, they do not come across enough projects for them to be able to fund. Next slide. Then when we're looking at sustainable finance, in UNDP, we define sustainable finance as public capital that supports the achievement of SDGs. How do we combine public funding and private capital to finance sustainable development? How do we do this? How do we tap into public and private funding in a sustainable way? We did talk about barriers, but how do we unlock those barriers to be able to tap that funding? And this is what I think we need to be talking about. One of the key issues and one of the key instruments which we have noticed and which we've been trying to utilize to try and to tap into both public and private funding is what we call integrated national financing frameworks. What do we mean? We have found that there is actually a gap between sustainable development the sustainable development aspirations of a country and the resource allocation. So you find that countries or governments come up with plans, they come up with strategic plans, but most of those plans in many cases are not costed. So you have a plan, you know what you're trying to do, you're setting targets, but you have not put a cost to that. What does it cost? You have not identified the sources of funding for that cost. So the reflex mentality of bureaucrats is to only look at public purse, at the public budget, without really exhausting all the available options out there. So through these integrated national financing frameworks, these are frameworks which are actually meant to work together by governments and the private sector to strategically go through the national plans, to identify potential funding sources, to set targets, and to actually cost those targets, and then to identify potential revenue sources, either from the public sector or the private sector, which can then be utilized towards achieving those targets. Another mechanism which I think has already been spoken to, I think the IFD presenter spoke about it, is the de-risking investments. This is a situation where you are saying that the cost of funding is high. And because we are funding long-term projects, these are 20-year, 25-year projects, and if that cost of funding is very high, cumulatively, many projects end up being unviable because of the high cost. So you then want to try either to reduce risk, to transfer risk, or to compensate for that high risk in order to reduce the high cost of funding. And there's many instruments which I think our panelists will talk about of how do you reduce that high cost, high premium, which projects in Africa tend to have, which discourage the entry of private sector into the markets. And this one is just an example of one of the de-risking instrument which we are using at the UNDP, where we are de-risking mini-grid investments under the Africa Mini-Grid program, which is being implemented in 21 countries to try to reduce the cost of mini-grid developers. If you're looking at a country like Eswatini, where there is got a mountainous terrain, you find that it might be more viable to have mini-grids being deployed rather than trying to extend the national grid to every part of the country. But you then find that the private sector might not be willing to come up and set up mini-grids in certain areas because of the enabling environment which does not allow them to recoup their investments. So how do you strategically sit down with the government, put in place policy instruments, financial instruments, which will then make it viable for the private sector to deploy instruments. So it is one of those projects which we are running, and Eswatini is one of the target countries for this de-risking renewable energy investments under the African Mini-Grid program, which will then meant to support the deployment of mini-grid projects in the country. And then we talk of blended finance. This is really where you're trying to blend together philanthropic funding, impact investment funding, and private sector funding to try and reduce the impact of, the high cost of capital and make it more viable for the private sector to participate. We also have results-based financing. This has been used very successfully in East Africa, for example, to encourage the deployment of solar kits, clean cooking solutions, even mini-grids, by rewarding investors by reducing the cost of them deploying those solutions. But people get paid once they've achieved set targets. And then one of the most common, of course, is the guarantees. Guarantees make it easier for investors to enter a market, and there are all sorts of guarantees out there which have been successfully deployed you are really trying to assure investors, to give them that something to fall back on, to allow them to actually enter a market they would otherwise not enter. This can actually work in the sense that, for example, a development partner or a government agency, instead of giving out $1 million, for example, they can actually put up $1 million worth of a guarantee, which then allows private sector investors to maybe give out $10 million worth of loans backed by a $1 million guarantee. So you're actually leveraging private sector funding by using a smaller pot of funding and magnifying the impact of that funding. So there's all sorts of ways these guarantees can then be structured for them to then to have impact on the sector. Then what is actually now becoming more common is actually debt swaps, climate swaps, nature energy swaps. Basically, it's where a country owes maybe a developed country some money and they are not able to repay off that loan, and then they negotiate for that loan to be written off. In exchange, the developing country then invests using local funding in a nature or a climate-friendly investments, and then they, in return for that external loan being written off. We're seeing that a lot of that taking place in Latin America, but given our resources here, we see that there's a lot of potential for countries to negotiate and come up with such arrangements. Carbon markets, I think a lot has been already been said about this. They are also a source of potential funding, particularly for clean cooking, where we're trying to move women and youth from using, biomass cooking, and you try to encourage the use of clean cooking technologies and fuels, and you structure carbon financing solutions, which then allow the deployment of clean cooking solutions to help, particularly rural women, to move away from biomass. And then there are thematic bonds. I think yesterday we heard about the HETA impact bonds. So these are also becoming quite common, where the green bonds, where, some pension funds, for example, or some institutional investors have a mandate to invest, let's say 10% or 15% of their funding in green projects. But you find that they do not have the capacity within them to really identify green projects and to really understand how they can actually finance it. But if financial institutions can then structure green bonds, these institutional investors can then be potential off-takers, because they don't need to understand what is happening. They don't need to understand the mechanism of a green bond, but they know it's certified as a green bond. They put it in their portfolio. They are happy. They've ticked the boxes. They've unlocked funding. But also, but that then needs local financial institutions to be able to work with them to structure. To get those bonds. But in conclusion, I really just want to say, what are the key takeaways? What are the key takeaways from the brief presentation which I made? The key takeaway is that climate change is real. Africa is disproportionately affected by the impact of climate change, despite its not having a major impact, not being a major cause of it, and despite not benefiting much from the activities which are creating climate change. That is real. It is what it is. It's an unfortunate situation, but it is real. There are real barriers to accessing funding, which African countries face. They face a higher cost. They've got thin markets. They've got capacity issues. Those are the things which are on the negative. But on the other side, Africa is in a good place. We have the best solar resources in the world. We have got very good arable land. I think we have got about between 40 and 60% of the arable land in the world. We have got hydropower. If you look at the Great Inga Dam project, that thing has got capacity to do over 100 megawatts, 100,000 megawatts. So we have a lot of potential. We have got some of the best critical mineral reserves, which are crucial for the energy transition. So we are in a good place. Despite all these other negatives, we really have to look at the opportunities which we have as a continent, we have as a country. When I look at even at Eswatini, when you look at the potential for exploiting bagasse, for example, for power generation, just like Mauritania managed to do and get a lot of its power from its sugar reserves, just through improved coordination, so there is a lot of potential. If you look at the so-called Asian tigers, which grew in the 1960s, 1970s, they do not have a fraction of the resources which we have. But what do we need to do? We need to look at the policy issues. How do we do the policy de-risking? How do we create policy certainty? How do we create that environment which is conducive for the entry of the private sector, to give comfort to our own private sector? Because there's this tendency for us to look at the external private sector, but there's a lot of internal capacity. I was impressed with some of the things which were being said in the. We need to look at that. How do we create that environment which unlocks private and public capital. We use development capital, we use government resources to leverage further investments from the private sector. So if the Asian tigers could do it, we surely are better placed. And even here in Africa, if you look at some countries, if you look at the situation in Rwanda, for example, you are really seeing things beginning to work, and you are really beginning to see that how leadership can create that environment. And I was commenting, it was my first time to come here into Eswatini. I was actually commenting to the driver to say, you know, this place is clean. It is orderly. For me, that's a big starting place. That's a sound starting place, because if you have got chaos, if you have got dirtiness, and you're trying to create order, if you're coming from a house which is dirty, and you're expecting something positive from that person, I think you're dreaming. So we have the foundations in this country to build that. So we have the resources. We have examples of other people who have done it. So for me, I see that potential. Look at the partnership strengthening which people have been talking about. Let's leverage resources. Let's put risk mitigation measures. Let's look credit enhancement measures to try and get more resources into this space. Next slide, please. Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Fungai. We were just also trying to check with one of our panelists who should be joining as well virtually, and we hope our technicians are able to manage that. Thank you for the presentation. I haven't veered much to the real world, so I tend to be very comfortable with the subject of finance, in particular regulation. Stomach that, realistically so. I hope we are not coming to those crossroads with climate issues where the combustion engine has to be put aside for just transition. Well, I'm about to hit 50, so I may not think much to those who are coming after us, but they are termed the Gen Z, and we've seen how persuasive they are, particularly in the African states. So it would be quite beneficial for policymakers. I'm a regulator, my former friend. You are a chairman of a parastatal, so you are my senior. So I hope the conversations you have with ministers or our bosses is a more collaborative one, so that our nations could will aspire. Fungai, you'll pardon me, because I have a spare chair, I would invite you again to come and join the conversation. Ms. Futi Tembe, who is the ENPF CEO, has decided that she can't be moderator regulator, and we will take that conversation appropriately. There is a section in the FSRA Act that says we levy 20,000 malangeni per day until the transgression has been normalized. So the fine starts today, the letter will come next week, and I've got witnesses of this non-compliance. Mr. Vusinkabinze will be joining us not as a partner or sponsor, but as a member of the market committee, which moderates the business of the Eswatini Stock Exchange, bringing together market participants. Those are the people who are supposed to be creating products, not regulators and not government. So when we say there are excess funds flowing, and I'm happy that I have a number of our regulated entities. So when Nelsiwe Mabuza packages a product and says she's selling it offshore or at JSE, it's because these guys have not done their job in the local markets too. ensure that we've got proper corporate bonds, proper listings coming to the board. We have Vimal Palmer, who will be joining us on the wall. He is a seasoned capital markets participant and policy maker. He's worked with financial sector deepening Africa, and we've seen some of their work spreading through the Africa regions, and we'll be also getting some insights from him as well. Mr. Taoma Kakula will also be taking a bit. We welcome him from Eswatini Capital Markets Association, but his day-to-day, he freestyles as an entrepreneur. When I was still growing up, there was a board when you are coming out, I think it's still there, coming out of Mbawane town, screens that were advertising. He brought it into the country. We did not understand what it was. It caused a lot of accidents, but it's a... No, I withdraw my comments, Mtomben. He is Umelusi Fund Managers, currently managing and unema mandates in my pension funds. So I should really be interested in what he does. And find myself in court again, dealing on pension fund issues that have disappeared. But we also have Mr. Pascal Louis, who also will be joining the panel. You're always tempted to say Bomdia or Komestash or lovely. So we are just going to take a few questions and also open for the floor. We unfortunately are dealing with a developing state, fortunately or unfortunately, and these ideas, some of them have been incubated in our day-to-day, some have even gone in policy and legislation. We have seen an interesting conversation circling around carbon credit trading platforms and all those nice innovations. We have, as a country, entered into some cooperation agreements, as the governor highlighted in the morning. We do want to play a prominent role as a country. But before we get that, I'll pose my first question to Mr. Makakula on what initiatives the association is undertaking to promote climate financing, and how are you engaging with stakeholders to enhance market readiness for green investments? Yeah, I like these terms. They are big, but it's just simple language.
Thank you, moderator, and I'll have to be kind to you as my boss in the industry. But to answer the question, we are not doing anything in that regard. Well, we can't blame anyone except maybe the infancy of our industry. But the truth of the matter is we have not either been made aware, or like the speaker before you was saying, maybe we don't have the depth of understanding what needs to be done in creating such instruments so as to allow for investable opportunities. But then the other thing is we need to capacitate the owners of capital, because we do have some very interesting and very innovative fund managers in the country, but that innovation is usually cumbered by over supervision and over regulation. So supervision is not a bad thing, but the challenges that we have is that our trustees, who are really the custodians of the capital, are not even here. And when you go out there to pitch and to tell them that there is green energy, there's solar, they have no idea what you're talking about. And they look at their bottom line. Zendababo Esponet nan, and that's a question you're constantly answering. So I think the upside is that we have to capacitate the custodians of capital. In our jurisdiction, it's trustees, so that they sit in such fora and they are exposed to what can be done with the money that they have to make decisions of. So I would simply say that we haven't done much. We are afraid to charter new ground because if you do, you're taking too much risk. If you don't, you're not playing in their space. So I think it then boils down to how much the industry, the government, the supervision would allow for flexibility. It's always easier to import what has been done in other jurisdictions. Why? Because then you are giving confidence. You are giving confidence to government, you are giving confidence to regulator, you are giving confidence to market because you can throw a reference. The problem with that though is it's costly. And thirdly, we then never have the opportunity to grow internal depth because everything we do has to be referenced externally. There are times I always wish I had been in industry about 20 years ago when African Alliance started. They're pioneers because they're allowed to, not by anyone, but being pioneers, you're allowed to explore and do things that no one else does. So by the time regulation comes and stifles any innovation, at least you've pioneered and you've created stuff. So that has been an inspiration, but I think when it comes to green energy, the most important thing is we can't even finance solar for homesteads because you're gonna go out there and ask for 100 million from owners of capital, and the first thing they'll do, who will be able to pay? And then you have to work with that model first before you say, okay, now let's go green. And I can ask a simple question. Who understands carbon credits in this room? There's one, two. Oh, yeah, we do have some people who understand it. I don't know to what level, but because if people really did, we would understand how that has an impact in our society and how we could invest money. So just to be brief, Chair, the bottom line is we are looking forward to an environment wherein we can play in this space as industry players, and the Capital Markets Association is driven by the ability to create investable opportunities in Eswatini. But we need all of you to have confidence that we can, without having to throw, oh no, someone in Joburg has done it for us, or someone in Europe has done it for us. Just have the confidence, or give us the room to make the mistake if we have to. It mustn't be costly because we'll be penalized by the regulator, but at least if the industry allows, you will see market players in the capital market space do wonderful things. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Makakula. Pity you don't play golf. I think some of these things we would have cleared them out of this room. Yeah. Quite interesting, the matters that you raise. Well, policy and legislation can only go as far, but it really needs to be things that we test. We see a growing market. We probably have not reached the thresholds that we would like and that are set, supported by the MDGs as well. But I would like to bring Vilma in on the initiatives that Financial Sector Deepening Africa has taken. We've seen their footprint with pension funds, with capital markets in the greater African regions. Maybe your thoughts or on what we are working on to deepen capital markets in support of climate finance,
and what the challenges are and the opportunities are that you see in the sector. I'm dovetailing that with Mr. Makakula's concerns to say what Fungai said, that the resources and the initiatives are within us. We just need to adequately coordinate them. And what FSD has thought to be some milestones in the short to medium term.
I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can. You can proceed.
Yes, so as the former panelists have said, there's a lot of opportunity in Africa. If you just look at renewable energy itself, you know, energy access, about 600 million people in Africa don't have energy access. And if you look at clean cooking, which is clean energy cooking, about 1 billion people don't have. And you need 25 billion to 5 billion respectively per year to meet this, in the finance gap. So what we are doing in climate and green finance is we are trying to build ecosystems. So we have supported capital raising in various countries in Africa. We have supported the regulations and the policy development, which is critical to build the right foundation and to provide the oversight and the supervision as well. But notwithstanding, we are also working with the pension sector because those are the suppliers of capital. And Africa pension market has more than $2.4 trillion of capital which is available and can actually be, utilized for such kind of environmental needs. Someone spoke about carbon credits. This is very much in line. Africa has enough natural assets which can generate a lot of carbon credits and biodiversity credits, and these can actually be used to provide financing or revenues or even incomes to the local population. So just to give you some examples, we have supported various capital raising transactions in Africa, which are all totaled worth more than $1.3 billion in dollars, and we continue to do so. In the SADC region, where Eswatini is part of it, we've developed the guidelines for not only green bonds, but even sustainable instruments and also social bonds with an inclusion of gender aspect as well. So we have supported gender bonds in Tanzania and Morocco, having raised, millions of dollars of capital. So what I would really like to emphasize is that the opportunity is there for Africa to leverage on its natural assets. The challenge that we are facing is that there is no quality pipeline coming to market. The amount of capital which is looking for such kind of investment opportunities is immense. We are talking in trillions of dollars, not only in Africa, but also from outside Africa, where people want to invest. The risk perception is there, but that can be managed, as one of my former speakers have said, through guarantees. We have done a similar transaction in Kenya, where we raised about $78 million, and it was guaranteed both on the principal and also on the coupon payments. So it can be done. It is just a question of, can we bring these transactions or projects to the market which are backed by natural assets or which are environmental friendly, and they can actually unlock capital which a country or an institution has not accessed before. And looking at the impacts as well, these are projects which can create a lot of green opportunities or green jobs. A recent study we did, Africa has the potential to create more than 3 million green jobs just from the natural assets that we have and the projects that we are supporting through the financing and the investments that we can raise in Africa. And the opportunity more than outweighs the challenges. The understanding has been picking up. We have been providing capacity building in various countries, both regional and standalone, and the enthusiasm is a lot. I'll just give an example of Tanzania. We have supported more than three transactions which are worth more than $800 million. That is just one country in Africa. We have supported other countries as well. And this is something that every country can actually pick it. So Eswatini should not be left out. As You know, my former colleague said that African Alliance was one of the pioneers in that market. I have been fortunate to be working in African Alliance for about 4 years in my career, and I can tell you, being a pioneer makes a big difference. So if Eswatini comes to the market, raising the needed capital, you know, you get a lot of profile raising. You attract investors which have not been looking at Eswatini before, now looking at Eswatini as an investment destination. And I think that the gap for financing can actually be filled through attracting such kind of capital. I think I'll stop there now.
Thank you, Vimal. I wish I had known of your conflict with African Alliance. It sure does bring a lot of sense in coordinating institutions first domestically and then see what we can tap from the region. We are familiar and we have tapped into technical assistance as a country, but particularly from the Bretton Woods institutions on stability of our financial system, the IMF and the World Bank. But those lessons would be quite interesting to see now how we merge with the multi-sectoral partnerships that we need for climate financing. Buongiorno, Louis. Oh, I was in Italy, but I need to come back to Spain, Portugal. Yeah, and I need to work on my geography and my politics as well. I put my foot in it earlier on GSP and all those trade-related issues. You've dealt with them for a number of years as well, and now you're into energy renewables and responsible climate financing. What's your take? What's your take on the progress? How do we merge? How do we bring policy makers, and how do we ensure that our economies are responding to the needs to green our economies?
Good morning, everyone. Just a quick introduction. I'm Luis Miguel. I'm program officer at the European Union delegation to Eswatini, and I follow programs to support private sector development in the country, and renewable energy is one of the sectors we are really keen and on the ground supporting the country. So my what policy can do to support the green transition in the country. So as I think we all agree, we don't live in a planned economy. So I'm an economist as a background. So it's a market economy. So it must be the goals of the country cannot be achieved without a collective effort from both private and the public sector. It's not achievable in any of the policy goals. So, and investment is the same thing. So the policy must create the incentives to attract private investments so that the country can achieve its policy goals. Here I talk about renewable energy, of course, but it could be job creation, could be food security, could be all the objectives that the country wants to achieve and to build this together. We, as the European Union, we are facing the same challenges. We also have the challenge to make this energy transition. I think we are all aware of the conflict that started more than 2 years ago with Russia attacking Ukraine, and that created a huge energy problem in the European Union, and we have to fast track this energy transition. And of course, the plan is to do it together with the private sector. The European Union member states are working together with the private sector to create the right incentives to achieve the goal to reach this energy transition. So in short, I would like to recall and to emphasize what was presented here by the University of Eswatini when talking about the public and the private sector working together. I like to use our implementing partner GIZ that was mentioned before by Nati, implementing a project for us. They have a good, what I think is a good definition for this. So the public sector must must have a bankable framework, meaning that the legislation is attractive for renewable energy projects, and then the private sector must do bankable projects. When you have these two things together, you reach your goals in any policy objective.
Thank you, Louis. Just probably to also come in from what you've said, trying to bring the balance between industrialization and responsible climate, treating the climate and ensuring that you don't conflict. We've seen over the years, we go from industrial revolution, we get into the IT age and all that. We're here in Africa. There are certain deliverables or milestones that we set as nations. We have in Africa a 63 agenda. All these things are saying, let us all be sustainable in our economies and do the right things. The TSG have come in and all those issues. But our economies are not growing at the rates that should be growing at. And now you are getting into a conversation of lithium and more softer emissions into the environment. How do we get to 10% growth without industrializing fully as Africa?
Okay, if I will have the answer for that, I'll not be here for sure. No, but let's talk about evidence. Evidence shows that sustainable and inclusive growth is the answer to tackle the problems in the country. That is the way. If you are looking at shortcuts and if you are looking at short-term results, you will not get there. So if you want to reach poverty reduction, if you want to have social inclusion, if you want to develop, you must have sustainable, inclusive growth. Sustainable and inclusive economic growth.
Yeah. Thanks, Louis. Mr. Ngabinse, from the market committee perspective, I do not know anything there. So the gentleman next to me decides to talk of controversial issues. We'll leave them from the stock exchange, and maybe bring you in. You are your advisor. You have the appreciation of being playing custodial services to investors, be it the investing public or the institutional investors. Your sense of where we are, what investment strategies closely align with climate financing? Do we see ourselves ready as corporates, as people who are bringing capital into the listings board? What role can we play? We've been talking about green bonds for a number of years now. The SADC Secretariat has even extended support to stock exchanges to ensure that their rules and their listings requirements are speaking to that directly. But we haven't seen it in Eswatini. What are the bottlenecks?
Thank you, moderator. I hope it's still, good afternoon, everyone. Progress has been slow. The question that you have just asked, I will, in fact, copy and paste from what the capital market president has actually said. Progress has been very slow. We haven't seen any green bond. I'll try to put it in practical terms. What we have seen, there are certain projects that have come through that we thought they were green projects, that they were gonna hit the stock exchange. We're even involved in the process of readiness for them to actually reach the market committee and else be listed. But at the last minute, then there were then finance of the counter, which means now somebody else, we've done the due diligence and everything, project implementation or checking the project, and then at the moment when it has to list, then somebody else with enough deep pockets come and take it off the table. So that's the reality of the situation we have seen in our market. Despite all that we have tried to do, and as I said, moderator, put it in a perspective that all of us are gonna try and understand. If you list a bond in the stock exchange, currently commercial bonds range between 10 to maybe 13.5%. However, if you come with a green bond, the rate will be lower than that. So now people are asking, why then should I invest into something that's gonna give me 7%? Yet, if I invest in ABC Limited bond, I'm gonna get 13.5%. And then the money will always follow the highest rate. Whilst, and this chair moderator actually talks to our appetite and mindset towards this green initiative. We are still not ready. It feels like we are following the curve. Everybody else is saying, let's look at things in a sustainable, and how do we make the world sustainable while you are still chasing the idea of capitalism. Capitalism say you follow where the greatest money is, and that is the problem we're facing. In a nutshell, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Gavin, for vindicating the policymakers. When they are saying we are deliberate to ensure that asset is in the country. 2007, 8, and 9, we said 30% local asset requirement by funds. We know that there are exciting rates in SA and in offshore, but wanted to keep them in. Well, they were directed to estate development. My former friend is happy there. PSPF built up a lot of buildings. We have a hotel now, a hotel that occupancy is good. I'm next to them, and they are my landlord. Now 150% on investment funds. Finally. But we are going to have this conversation. We are saving for the future. The pension funds, they need to be well secured to ensure that we retire in dignity. I also have an interest there. But how do we play the business, we'll say cannibalization? I come from a more responsible term, polarized. Our economies are polarized by South Africa. And policymakers are deliberate and say, we'll always keep rates probably below so that you don't extend yourself too much. I'm not going to go into the monetary policy conversation, but what it all directs is asset allocation should be in country. Fungai, you probably may have touched in your presentation, but what are your thoughts on the pension funds? It's a question that I prepared for Futhi. To say what sort of balancing, you are always saying we are matching or mismatching to ensure that long-term investment is countered by aggressive short-term investments. But what can be your Midas touch on pension funds?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think the plain truth is pension funds are for the long term because we are trying to mobilize resources for people's retirement. We also need to be conservative when it comes to risk taking. You really, the bird in hand is better than the bird in the bush out there. So really, you're really looking at, if you really want more risk, you either as an investment manager and you are managing pension funds, I think you are in the wrong industry because there are other vehicles which are more adept at taking on more risk and with the potential of greater returns. So I would really see pension funds being a bit more risk averse, looking at more long-term investments, infrastructure investments, and investments of that nature, real estate investments, and also maybe having a mandate for green investments as well, having a certain allocation of their portfolios allocated to green investments. But for them to be able to do that, you then need to put in place all those other risk mitigation measures, all those credit enhancement measures. There has to be independent verification of the, like if it's a sustainability bond, for example. There has to be institutions to be able to independently verify, just like if you are investing in corporate bonds. They will be rated by a different institution, which will then put a risk rating or a credit rating. So those institutions have to be built within. They have to have the confidence of the market. They have to have the confidence of the trustees, so that people then, they have visibility and somebody is aware. If we say, this is a green bond, there is no doubt to say, X is saying it's greenish, it's, so these institutions have to, you can't just wake up and say, okay, now we're doing green bonds, before you really put if you look at all the markets, all these things have to be put in place. All the market players have to be taken along. You have to move along together with everybody with a clear understanding. And I think those are the things. We can't start by just saying green bonds without the backstop. You can't just say, I'm starting a bank without a back office, which will do all the clearance and you just take people's monies and then think through, then how do I reflect that I actually owe this person money? You have to have systems. So that's what I would say. Thank you.
Well put, Fungai. Well put. It's a balanced approach, and those allocation strategies as well have to also tie with what the legislation is that protects the pensioners. I will open the floor. You will indicate who you are directing the question to. I have a bias. There are people that I want to see squirming here, but unfortunately, it has to be an orderly engagement. Mr. Dlamini, you can shoot.
In the morning, the governor touched on. I'm still not audible. In the morning, the governor touched on green taxonomy. I just want to pick up from the panelist. What positives do you see coming out from having a documented green taxonomy in the space of financing for green growth? Do we see that as a way of fostering and attracting investment or finance into green space? I'm not too sure, moderator, but anyone can take it, including yourself.
Can I have a second one? We'll take 3 and then respond. Further at the back.
This question is directed to the main presenter. Talked about debt swap. And I just wanted to find out, one of the main issues facing most African countries, it's debts. And that debts have really crippled most of the economies. I wanted to find out, with this debt swap, how are the African countries making use of this debt swap? And which country would you say are more qualified to use debt swap than others? Like, for instance, we bring it back to Southern Africa. Are they qualified to do that? And if they are they making use of that financing option? And if they are not, what would you think is the issue? And then the other one goes to, I don't know his name, but he was talking about, do we leave room for making mistakes when we are making or coming up with not only policies but projects? But that is very, very important, that we don't always have to be bringing issues or to be talking about proof of concept coming from somewhere for us to implement. So I just wanted him to elaborate more on that, room for making mistakes and acceptable mistakes, obviously.
Thank you, thank you. The first one from Mr. Lamini, I would like to give it to Vusi. He has been in the conversations around carbon credits and the infrastructure and methodologies around that, to just enlighten on green taxonomy and how it would attract investments or bolster our economies.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you for the question. I think I'll come to the question from a different perspective. Whenever we talk about green, it's one of those topics which will make you either be viewed as an angel or the devil. There is no middle ground. So some people don't even want to hear the word green. We know even of presidents that don't talk of, once you talk green, it becomes a problem. So the concept of green taxonomies is trying to solve some of those problems, especially the problem of greenwashing. Greenwashing is when I will say, I think somebody used the word greenish somewhere. So something, it looks green, but in essence it's not green, it's just been painted to be green. And we see a lot of that in the corporate sector, as projects being paraded around as if they are green projects. Recently, there was a flight, I think, from one of the longest flights. It was said to be a net zero flight, yeah. But if you look at it, it's still the same Boeing 787. It's still burning the same fuel, which means it's just that they've bought credit somewhere to offset that particular flight, hence that. So the green taxonomy is trying to, it's a way for which we are trying to set standards that actually talks to what can be identified as green. And then it lists all of the framework. It provides a framework, and if you follow that framework, you then eliminate all of the problems that are associated with greening. Thank you.
Thank you, Vusi. We note Vimal's interest to come in. Maybe as you raise your contribution at the back of your hand, can I also attach a request, if you are comfortable, to give us your views on the pricing of carbon credits. What a tonnage costs in Africa and what it costs elsewhere, and how we can get some agreement to ensure that, because net zero and trying to play the responsible part, it means something has to net against each other. The balance sheet, the ledger has got credit and debit. So how do we balance those pricing mechanisms? But you have the floor, sir. He's gone. Or he's on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You can go ahead.
Yeah. So I just wanted to speak briefly about the green and sustainable taxonomy. So These are mainly instruments to guide capital allocation towards environmentally friendly and sustainable activities that align with the broader environmental and sustainable goals. So as someone has mentioned, it provides a common language or a framework to facilitate kind of collaboration across different disciplines. So I think the audience, the question was, what are the main goals? So the goals can be various. It can be either climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, transition to a circular economy, or even sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources. But these kind of criteria or guidelines help to standardize. So, no one can just come and say, okay, I'm putting this for capital raising and it is considered green. It has to meet certain criteria for it to be considered as green. And there are some institutions which actually certify, like the Climate Bonds Initiative provides certification for that. The ICMA bond, the ICMA guidelines provide the second party opinions, which qualify whether something can be classified as green or not green. And this has to be maintained over the duration. So it doesn't mean that after 1 year, it has been classified as green, changes are made and then changed to something else. Then it gets disqualified and it is now not called green. And that's why the reporting, the post-reporting is very important every 12 months when a company issues. So your question on the pricing. So the pricing of carbon credits is very a delicate one, because we have seen in Africa where carbon credits are bought at maybe as low as $2, but then sold in developed markets to as high as $80 to $90. And that is mainly the middlemen who are, trying to get into the business and, get the margin. However, I don't know how true this is or how far this has reached. There are discussions that to have a carbon exchange in one of the African countries. These are still early stage discussions. I think the initial country which was chosen was Egypt. I don't know whether it is still the same or it has changed. But having such a centralized mechanism or facility will actually prevent that huge gap from how the buying and the selling is happening. And the benefits can actually trickle down to the African people who are the ones owning the carbon credits through the natural assets they have. And there's also been discussion about biodiversity credits. I will not go into the details there, but these are still something which is ongoing. In Africa, our natural assets provide for both. It's just that we have not gotten the right kind of frameworks to measure. And as we all know, valuing nature is not easy. How can you value, let's say, a mangrove tree versus a mango tree, for example? A mangrove tree probably has a better carbon credits pricing than maybe a mango tree. So these are still under development and it is still going around. But I think we as Africa, as a continent, we have a lot of potential to tap into this kind of revenue streams or income streams, which will provide the necessary catalytic capital for our economies to grow and also to sustain our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Vimal. That was indeed on the point. Fungai, debt swaps, and then Mr. Makakula will tell us here that the regulator has issued guidelines on unlisted products that you can invest in responsibly, so that you make measured mistakes that are not causing instability in our financial system. You will tell the audience that. Fungai, you can go.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Debt for net charge swaps. We have seen this structured, particularly in Latin America. And the issue is these are bilateral discussions between the the debtor nation and the creditor nation. So there has to be an alignment between the creditor nation and the debtor nation. And also, if these data for nature swaps can then be structured in Latin America, particularly around the Amazon, we see a similar environment if you're looking at the DRC, if you're looking at the Congo Basin, if you're looking at all those regions. So there is scope, but the discussions have to take place between the creditor nation and the debtor nation. And so it's a bilateral relation, it's a political relationship, so it's difficult really to say they can be done in country X with country Y, because it really depends on the strength of the political, they are really at a political level rather than really strictly on a technical level. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I'll answer that lady's question by first saying it's good to have been around the block for a while. There are two examples I will give with a bit of history. In 2004, those of you who can think back that far, there was an event that needed some government approval. Now, it had to do with some commercials, and obviously these young people had an idea, it was presented. For some reason, it had to end up at cabinet. 2004, Pepe, so you're not there, so I can comfortably talk about this. And it would transpire that when the decision was being made, these high-level people sat down and the conversation was like, these youngsters who want to do this thing, has any one of you, it had to do with the tent. So a marquee, and it had to do with the marquee. Now, these youngsters thought, oh no, we can bring a South African company and partner with, and we can do this marquee thing. These guys do the golf challenge, and therefore that should give us credit. But the decision was around, have you ever seen these boys put up a funeral tent? Now you want to give them this massive marquee. Has any one of you in this room seen them pitch a funeral tent? And a whole decision was made around a funeral tent, and they, instead of this thing costing them 8 million, it costed them 48 million, because the confidence, when I speak about not being allowed to make mistakes and grow, becomes a problem when you don't trust your own. And then again, in recent times, 20 years later, if I may say, we see government of Eswatini going to South Africa to raise 400 million. Who do they go to? ABSA. They leave everyone else here in Eswatini. They don't even think of pairing us with them so we can have the experience. And therefore, we will never have the chance to learn and grow and make the mistake. But ABSA is there, and if you can ask them if they've raised that 400 million in totality, I won't say anything, the man is right in front. But the bottom line is they have the opportunity to make the mistakes. We don't. And we are not even given the opportunity to even try. Purely I'm speaking of government, and I'm speaking just as the capital markets, that we are faced with those challenges. I'll come to the regulator and say, thank you for the guidelines. Guidelines is what we need, not over supervision. The guidelines sort of give us a way to say these are the parameters for us not to lose money. But I still say, if you're speaking about locals participating, being innovative in this country, hey, you just have to prove yourself 10 times as much. But if someone comes in with a briefcase and says, no, we've got this, and that's why you're seeing a lot of Emaswati losing money, Because if it comes from external, then it must be perfect. And they'll throw in all the money they can. If it comes to you as Liswat, and you're saying, no, we're going to invest this money. By the way, if you put money in Eswatini, you are most likely to get better returns than you put the money in South Africa. And lastly, when we had COVID, and there was a lockdown in this country, the economy grew. It was projected to grow by about 1%. The central bank is going to guide me. But within that period, the economy grew by over 5%. I think it was about 5%. I stand to be corrected. And the question is why? The economists are going to answer that. But my simple matchbox analysis is the money was circulating internally. And people were not saying, we're going to go to Nelspruit. And lastly, we built a hotel. I was still serving as an investment committee member of the PSPF at the time. When we built that hotel, the biggest criticism was, hey, corruption. But our final, people are going to steal money. And no one believed that there was a study done, but it's because we were sitting there and doing it as locals. All of a sudden, this thing is performing well. No one is saying anything. That Swaz is for you. So, and now they had said this hotel would never work. People must continue going to the Mountain Inn and the Royal Swazi. And no one ever thought that the Royal Swazi would close. No one ever thought that the Mountain Inn was too small for the capacity. We even wanted to build a shopping mall. And that's when they told us, no, we want to go to Nelspruit. Those were Swazis for you. So I'm just saying that we still have some internal introspection as a country, as politicians and as economists to say, we have to look internally. We have capacity as the capital markets to make things happen. Just trust us. I thank you.
I want to close it now. These temperatures are getting to... I'm going to get your eminence, your grace. At least you are not going to hammer me. Who is there? I need proper disclaimers and declarations now. Bishop, you have the floor, and then we'll take the two behind, and we close, we go for lunch.
Thank you so much, moderator, and thanks for the insights in the conversation. I think where I'm coming from, I'm exposed to both rural and urban, the informed and those who are not informed. Then my question is, how do we assimilate these important conversations to our people in the rural areas who are affected by climate change, who are affected by all those things we're talking about? Because it's very, very important, but can we be contextual? Can we be in a position whereby a gogo out there or a young person who is not exposed to such a forum could say there was a green Indaba, and if, let me say, something pops out in the news, the person will be able to get something out of this conversation? Because my struggle is, today we are here, we've spent so much hours, good conversations, we are doing everything that we're doing, which is good. But how then are we reaching out to God's people out there? Thank you.
I just wanted to, am I audible? I just wanted to add a few points to some of the responses, particularly on the debt for nature swap, where there was a question about African countries probably taking part in that. just to report that last year, I think on the 15th of August, Gabon issued probably the second largest debt for nature swap of 500 million, basically to conserve a marine area within the borders of Gabon. So there are countries that have done that. The other one I wanted to add to was around carbon markets and the carbon pricing. That there are different ways of determining the carbon price. Number one is the method that you use. You may use the carbon tax method, you may use the emission trading system method, or you may use a hybrid, and that will determine how you arrive at the price. But apart from that, it is also the quality of the carbon credit and its integrity that will determine the price. Apart from that, you also need to look at the transaction costs in terms of delivering those credits. There's also the issue of taxation from government. There's the issue of paying the validators, the certifiers, and so there's a whole range of costs that go into it, to the extent that sometimes it may not even be worth going into carbon credits depending on the price that we are going to generate. So this is really credit specific because you have to invest in a carbon credit generating project. And so it's a question of how much you are investing, the kind of investment. There are also nature-based carbon credits, and there are also technology-based carbon credits. And all these elements go into determining the carbon price. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. So I thought I would just add that as far as carbon markets and carbon pricing is concerned. Thank you.
Last one. Oh.
Yeah, sorry, in Sanbonan. My name is Sifiso. I am a plant breeder and an agronomist. It's nice to have these meetings. They end up in lunch and other discussions that never really go anywhere. We hear of the issues of biodiversity protection and all of these other things. Now, my question is, if it's risky giving us money to grow these plants for the protection of the water systems, the land rehabilitation, erosion control, we can't get money. Mina nje kufanele ngane nje 8 million kuphela. So part of the breeding, we do in vitro breeding. So this is plant tissue culture, where you rapidly multiply genetically similar or identical plant material. Now, we are not getting money, but you want the plants. Exactly, look Shuang Tabo. The plants will come from South Africa at a higher cost, more diesel, and we don't benefit. We say these communities are cutting up firewood, deforestation. If we had nurseries in the communities, the same communities that are responsible for the deforestation will earn money by planting the trees that plant coal, or this company's plant coal. So I'm saying now, clearly we're not going to get money from the current setup, but I believe each and every one of you can put money down to invest here and be part of my business. And then we all make money. But this issue, I'll give you an example that you may not know or know already. Around Satellite, there's the highway. The highway is under threat. There's a donga that in 5 years will be under the highway. And you won't be able to get to Mbawan. How much is it going to cost to fix that donga if you don't give me money? So at the end of the day, we have to be realistic about our own issues. There's livelihoods that are lost because people are losing grazing land. They can't farm anymore. How much, look at this highway that we go on now. Next to the highway, there's already real erosion there. There's already a lot of erosion. So I'm just saying, it's not a question. Me, I'm just opening up the floor for you to invest in my company. I need only 8 million. So fortunately, SNG, Vusi is sitting there, they have the investment memorandum. It's not a pie in the sky, it's already there. So if you want to put money into this business and be rich, speak to Vusi Ngabinde. Thank you.
That is called classic ambush marketing. Colleagues, friends, delegates, I was starting to get interested in this biodiversity and environmental issues, but I want to style myself as a regulator on the right side. My friend Yedladla, to get into the bishop's concern, Eswatini Environmental Authority, they are on the ground. They are in communities. They are fighting styrofoam. Now they are going to make a Siswati name for green finance and climate change. They are going to take that awareness drive back to our communities. Babe Barnabas Dlamini here was on that line and he did not get his response yesterday. We partner as regulators. What we see fitting our lines, we don't encroach. We have a stock exchange that should be doing things right. We only can encourage them by finding them so that they get their house in order. But then they go and complain in cabinet, and my minister is a businessman. So that conversation then becomes very difficult for me. But we are appreciative of the concerns that were raised and contributions. And thank you so much. Thank you, Vimal, on the line. I think this year's engagement is much, much more saturated than last year. Obviously, we should have come and said the bill that has been piloted on dealing with carbon credits is already down at Lobamba. But unfortunately, it's still, we still have to see who is fighting it, because these advocates, my former friend and my former chairman, they sit with us in this table, but behind the scenes they are saying, if you pass this, I'm not going to get my 8 million. But let's join our hands. Thank you so much. Do I invite them to lunch or it's your job?
Another round of applause, please. The thing about regulators is that they are used to making policy and supervising, etc. You could see he was taking charge. He wanted to even announce the lunch and what will happen after lunch. And maybe tomorrow, let's come back here. Thanks, Mr. Njali. Appreciate it. And yeah, my brother, there's Fiso. Yeah. I told you I like entrepreneurs, right? He's one of those. So yeah, well done. In terms of marketing, ladies and gentlemen, we will stop here, take lunch. May we ask, this is a co-ask, right? With my co-director here, that we come back early. It's a Friday, right? It would be nice to finish early. I'm told Minister will come back early as well. So if we can come back at 1:30, I'm sure we can do that. We are agile people, solutions driven. So let's do that. Let's come back at 1:30. Thank you.
Authority. Babe Dladla, the floor is yours, Babe.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A special shout out to my former minister, Babe Vlagati here, one of the champions of this event. And also just to send a special shout out to the organizers and the partners for this incredible 3-day event. I think it has been a melting pot of ideas, and I hope we will probably end it on a very, very high note. And to our presenters and the panelists that will be calling to the stage, I hope we will take it to the next level and just keep the conversation going. I think our session really is going to take this conversation around these market-based instruments further, really, and just connecting well with all the conversations we've had this morning with the governor, setting the tone around the green taxonomy and all of those ideas that we got to engage with, and the previous presentations and the panel that we had just before lunch. And I do have a very interesting lineup just to put it all together, really, on zooming in on these market-based instruments, really, on how we tackle climate change and this greenhouse gas that we emit to the atmosphere. Just to kick us off, we have Mr. Will Pearson from USAID, who is going to give us just the high-level presentation on this, particularly this issue of zooming in on this issue of carbon credits, carbon markets. A lot of promises for the country, for the globe, for tackling climate change, and a lot of ideas coming in. Before lunch, we want to move more towards now the more practical stuffs. Where do we need to start? What is it that we need to do to really leverage and harness this opportunity going forward? I think the Bishop was saying it correctly earlier that we really need to move in and so that we can take it forward. Kukhona ke lost and found, tikia temoto lana, Toyota ne remote yelgate, ungaze ulale ngaphandle. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get going. I hope our presenter is ready by a show of signal at the back. Will, I hope you can hear me. Yeah, if you can just give us some sound, team, so we can hear Will. Will, ladies and gentlemen, is a regional finance and energy officer with USAID in Southern Africa, and he has been doing this for more than 20 years. We are quite happy that we are going to hear from him this morning, and I hope he's okay now.
Thank you. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
All right, Will, over to you.
Great. And you can hear me okay? Yes. All right. Well, thank you all for inviting me to join. It is a pleasure. I was unable to come over to Eswatini from our office here in Pretoria, but it is a pleasure to join. As mentioned, I am a regional energy and environment officer with USAID. I've only joined USAID a few years ago. Before that, I was in the private sector for nearly 20 years, primarily in the energy business, but also in the impact investment space. And I've had some interaction with carbon markets from perspectives in the US, Europe, and now in Africa. I've been focused on Southern Africa for the past 10 years. I lived in Zambia for 5 years, was back in London after that, and then moved down to South Africa 3 years ago. As mentioned, what I'm going to be doing today is a high-level assessment, and I am just checking to make sure if somebody could talk back that you can hear me and that you can see my presentation. Could somebody at the event please let me know?
All fine, Will. Go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. So here's what the agenda of what I'll be going through today. We in our regional office, we've recently launched a sustainable finance activity that we'll be managing over the next 3 years. What we wanted to do from a regional perspective, and the way that USAID defines the region, is just where we manage operations from Pretoria for South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Angola, Eswatini, and Lesotho. So what we recently did was conduct a regional overview of carbon markets, including Eswatini, and tried to identify the challenges and possible solutions for developing the carbon market space in the region. Just to give some credit, the way that we operate, we are partnered with something called the USAID Climate Finance Development Accelerator. It's a Washington D.C. based program that we are a part of, and so this was delivered, and it's actually just very recently completed our regional carbon market assessment, completed in the past few weeks. We both looked at carbon market regulations as well as nature-based carbon project development across our region. So again, we were looking at carbon markets, the regulations and policies in place over or throughout the region. We also scanned the leading registries worldwide. These include, as listed there, Vera, Gold Standard, Plan Vivo, and we assessed a number of projects in the region. Again, I think just because we're approaching this in our perspective in a lot of the countries in Southern Africa, and this was some of our preliminary assessment, was that carbon markets in this part of Africa are less developed than other parts of Africa, as well as other parts of the world. So I know this is probably too small to read, and I am happy to share the presentation after if that's of interest, but just wanted to go through a few of the key concepts when talking about carbon market development. First, as you're probably aware, the Paris Agreement is the international treaty ratified back in 2015, aimed at keeping global temperatures, the global temperature rise below 2 degrees Celsius. National developed determined contributions. Again, you may be familiar with these. Each country that's a part of the Paris Agreement, including Lesotho, maintains a plan called the Nationally Determined Contribution, NDC, which outlines steps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. These must be updated every 5 years. Article 6 will come up. Article 6 is the mechanism for countries to cooperate and meet NDC targets through carbon emissions trading. The most relevant part of this is Article 6.2, which allows voluntary bilateral trading of emissions reductions between countries. Once a credit is traded under Article 6.2, a buying country then counts that credit toward their NDC achievement. And to avoid double counting of a credit, a host country for a project must take a corresponding a CA, to ensure that they are no longer counting that credit toward their NDC. And finally, letter of authorization is something that early stage carbon projects seek. It's an assurance from host country governments that they will receive corresponding adjustments for credits that they issue in the future. Finally, compliance carbon markets are created by countries, regions, or industries, set limits on emissions or set taxes on emissions. Most compliance markets allow companies to purchase carbon credits to offset their own emissions so that they stay within their legal limits. So just wanted to share those kind of concepts. They may come up in this presentation, but often in discussions about participating in global carbon markets. Another high-level slide, just for some background. These are different types of projects that can generate carbon credits. Often the first category, agriculture, forestry, and other land use credits are quite common, especially in countries with a lot of forest land. These are projects that focus on managing land and forests to reduce or remove emissions, so afforestation, reforestation, regeneration, and REDD+ projects. Energy efficiency and fuel switching is another common project. This can also be efficient cook stoves and solar home systems. You hear quite a lot about that in the region. Industrial and other projects could be energy efficient lighting, waste to heat processes, waste gas recovery. These are projects that enhance energy efficiency in commercial buildings. Industrial processes and manufacturing. Most prominently, you'll hear about this in carbon capture and storage projects, often associated with large manufacturing facilities or coal projects. Renewable energy, solar power, wind power. These are projects that generate clean energy from sustainable sources. Transport, again, this could also be electric vehicles or other types of projects aimed at fuel efficiency in the transport sector. Waste management, projects that reduce emissions from waste handling and disposal. We have a few examples listed there: landfill gas capture, composting, and waste to energy projects. And then there are some projects that don't fit into other categories, fugitive emissions reduction projects to prevent methane leaks from oil and gas operations. Probably not so relevant in this case, but that's another type of project that generates carbon credits. So we also thought we could just provide the regional overview, with other countries in Southern Africa, kind of the state of the market. As you can see, all countries in the region do have established NDC targets. Of the countries in Southern Africa, perhaps no surprise given the size of the economy, South Africa is far and away the most advanced country in the region with respect to carbon market regulations, and also with a functional compliance market within South Africa. Namibia has been developing steadily. They've got regulations enabling registration and trading of carbon credits. So a lot of positive developments there. Botswana and Angola are showing early signs, but the regulatory environment is not very developed in those countries. And then Eswatini and Lesotho are lagging the other countries, but that's one of the reasons that we're gathered here today to discuss kind of some potential next steps in Eswatini. And of course, I could always be educated by people on the ground about latest developments there. But we found that there are no significant efforts to date on establishing regulations. But again, we look forward to hearing the conversation and the readout from this conference. As mentioned before, the region in its entirety does lag other parts of Africa. Again, some of the countries that you'll see on the map, Zambia and Zimbabwe, could be considered by most Southern African countries. You can see that Zimbabwe, Zambia, DRC, Uganda, and Kenya are the leading countries in the southern part of sub-Saharan Africa in terms of generating carbon credits in the region. Zambia, Uganda, and Malawi have issued over 15 million credits each. And then the largest are the DRC, Kenya, and Zimbabwe, with Kenya the leading producer with over 50 million credits issued. These are mainly from REDD+ projects. In our definition of Southern Africa is defined earlier, the 6 countries that we're looking at primarily. Again, 93% of the carbon credits in the region are from South Africa. Namibia, Lesotho, and Angola have some contributions, with Angola's first issuance last year. And then Eswatini, along with Botswana, are the countries yet to issue carbon credits to date. We switch over to kind of the sectoral focus. As you can see, a large percentage of the credits issued in the region, and almost specifically in South Africa and Namibia, have been from renewable energy. But less than 1 million credits have been issued across the region outside of South Africa, so it's not a very large sample size. But as mentioned, about 70% of issued credits are in the renewable energy and energy efficiency space. A lot of these are from cook stoves. And this, we think, is reflective of broader regional interests in addressing energy access and efficiency. FOLU projects are very much underdeveloped, and no credits have been issued from 21 registered projects. And we note some of the barriers here: financial, methodological, regulatory, and market challenges. Some of these are discussed later, but this is primarily because of the lack of large forest land in the 6 countries that we're talking about, compared to some of the countries that we mentioned earlier that are really focused on REDD+ kind of forest-related projects. So again, I think the last regional slide, just going through, and we thought we would kind of keep the regional focus here, just to give some and allow some insight into status in other countries as well. So for Angola, just highlighting the lack of technical capacity and clear objectives. So potential solutions, and I should just be clear, USAID does have, we have a sustainable finance activity, but it's more aimed at unlocking private sector investments, whether it's climate adaptation, conservation, biodiversity, and water. These are areas that we're focused on in a regional basis. We are not an enabling environment program. In some cases, if there's a very specific regulatory or policy challenge facing a company or a type of projects, then we might get involved. But we do have other programs in the region that are more enabling environment focused. What we're trying to do is just come up with a set of potential solutions, whether for future USAID programming or for partners in the region that might have active programs in the enabling environment space and the government policy and regulatory space. We may look at this in the future, but at the moment we do not have funding for large-scale enabling environment activities. I just wanted to share that. So these potential solutions are just kind of broadly speaking solutions that we think could be relevant for each given country. And they differ based on where the countries are. So again, I think with Eswatini and Lesotho, again, we're very much encouraged by this green Indaba, because we think there needs to be sorry for just an announcement here. Just give me 1 minute.
Sorry, Will. Continue, please.
Apologies about that. Just an announcement here at the government building in Pretoria. Yeah, so I think for Eswatini and Lesotho, really looking, because there are no active projects in the country, there are opportunities. So I think what it appears to be is that we're in this stage of looking at some of the opportunities and the steps needed to tap into those opportunities. And obviously, first from what might be needed in a place like South Africa with kind of a more established carbon market. So, more specific needs in places like South Africa and Namibia. This just gives a sense of some of the needs across the region. Moving then into kind of our high-level assessment of Eswatini. Again, you could see that there are the NDC targets in place with a focus on Afolu, water, and energy as part of meeting those NDC targets. However, beneath that, if we look at the Article 6 framework, as of yet, there are no active pilots or agreements with other countries through Article 6. And so this lack of a framework does, we find, prevent developers from securing corresponding adjustments. And so that slows Article 6 participation, the trade of carbon credits. So I think that could be one area that could be looked at. Compliance markets, there is no active compliance market within Eswatini. As mentioned, I think South Africa is the only country in the region that does have a compliance market. And so as far as we could ascertain, no immediate regulatory plans for developing a compliance market in the near future. We are aware of a recent MOU with the Taiwan Stock Exchange from March 2024. So this might help address the project registration barrier. But again, I think these top two, the compliance markets and project registration, this lack of regulation, we find does pose risks for long-term agreements between investors and developers, and often that uncertainty can halt project development. And finally, land tenure. Just we note the dual system with the Swazi Nation land controlled by the king and the chiefs, and titled deed land, TDL, permitting private ownership. So land held in trust for the Swati Nation may require PPPs for carbon project. So we just highlight this as kind of something unique or specific to Eswatini that does require kind of special attention for project developers, and in some cases may slow project development. The next slide, again, we've mentioned it already. It's just we conducted this analysis across all the countries. So as mentioned, there are no, from what we could see across the primary 4 registries, we didn't see any active carbon projects. And so again, I think we think the lack of development could allude to some of the challenges that we mentioned earlier. Could be regarding land, regulatory frameworks, and financial support. We also noted that the relative small size of the country may limit the REDD+ potential. Again, the REDD+ is driving a lot of the carbon credit generation in other countries. And so, that also could be a contributing factor. Finally, just going through, in a different categorization, just different types of challenges facing not just in Eswatini, but across the region. Different types, different categories of challenges, and then just putting forward a few potential solutions as well. So first, at the macro level, again, just mentioned it earlier, the lack of regulatory framework does often slow development of carbon projects. Lack of Article 6 frameworks prevents projects from receiving LOAs for corresponding adjustment. That can be a deterrent as well. And then complex land laws can also hinder project development. So some of the solutions that can be considered are seeking technical assistance to develop guidelines for project registration and LOAs, seeking technical assistance to refine land laws in order to really try to help promote development of carbon projects by promoting or provide some clarity over access to that land. Moving down a level to sector level constraints. So lack of demand in global carbon markets, low carbon stocks in Southern African ecosystems. Again, I think we're looking at different methodologies in some of the landscapes of Southern Africa compared to landscapes elsewhere. Looking at grassland development and different types of projects. But comparatively, there are lower carbon stocks in the region. And then insufficient technical capacity is one. And again, in some ways, this makes sense. If there's not a market, there might not be technical capacity. And so, what are some ways to develop that capacity? Some potential solutions, again, seeking technical assistance for project developers to help these private sector entities develop and position projects that could be attractive in global carbon markets. Build registries and developing carbon project methodologies. Again, these registries could focus on, attributes, appropriate. In large parts of Southern Africa, this could be grasslands or semi-arid areas. I think a more detailed assessment of the potential in Eswatini would help build a specific registry there. And then further down, just organizational or transaction level constraints. So this is, again, there are some challenges that are widespread. Lack of early stage funding can prevent scale up of carbon project development. And sometimes limited funding options can reduce projects' negotiating power, and this lead to higher costs of capital to actually get projects developed. So I think similar to the sector level constraints, one potential solution here is seeking technical assistance for project developers to develop that capacity, to help with fundraising, reduce the information gaps with financiers so that project developers are more prepared to do the negotiations with potential funders and off-takers, and negotiate beneficial agreements for projects as well as communities. And I think with that, concludes the this high-level kind of setting the landscape presentation. Hope that was useful. I hope this been able to communicate clearly by a remote connection. So happy to stop there, hand it back to the moderator, and also see if there's any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Thank you very much for that overview on the assessment on Eswatini on this important subject. I think it shows that we are dealing with a great potential ahead of us. I'm sure we can all see the gaps. And just to take this conversation further with what I'll call the anchor panel, just to take this conversation home now, just building on what Will has just shared with us, I would request my panelists first to come on stage, Dr. Melvin Khomo, the Director of Financial Markets at the Central Bank of Eswatini. If you can just join us on the podium. Dr. Khomo, and then Mr. Andrew Pagewood, the CEO of Tombolo Energy. I don't know if there is Andrew, if you can just come. My colleague, Director of Meteorology, Tutuzile Nhlenge Thomasina, just also join us. I'm told Excellent had to rush, so he is no longer on the panel. Excellent Hachileka. And then lastly, just to join this anchor panel, Mr. Sihle Tabetse from our very own Eswatini Stock Exchange. And just to take this conversation further, welcome, gentlemen and a lady. So as the anchor panel, I'm sure everyone is looking forward to hitting the finishing line, and what a better way to do it than to talk about this promise of the carbon markets, credits, and just a conversation on that. I think the way we are going to do it, I think I'm going to start with what I'll call an open mic, just to these key questions, which we will probably invite all of you to have a bite, and then I'll come back on the second round just to give a few targeted specific questions, just to cause your comfortable chairs to shake a bit, and then see how we anchor this home. Now, I want to start this, maybe I'll start with you, Dr. Khoma, on the far end. I'm sure we have heard the positives, the promises that is coming with this. The question is, how can we implement this as a country? And how can we ensure that this positively impacts our economy? You know, the question of how we can stimulate this economy with whatsoever instruments. I'm sure we have seen from the presentation by Will that the end point is to deal with climate change. But who wants to address climate change while really stimulating economy? Now, how do we deal with those potentials around these carbon markets and carbon credits? And also just to ensure that there's this issue of equity on how this is distributed, particularly in communities, because we've heard from elsewhere, in Kenya, in Zimbabwe, we've heard stories, you know, some horrific stories. So how do we ensure that we tackle this positively, we make sure we stimulate our economy, but we avoid the pitfalls that we've seen in East Africa and in some of our neighboring countries? Let me start with you, Dr. Khomo. If we can probably have the first bite, and then the rest of the colleagues will join in and have a word on this.
Thanks, program moderator. Good afternoon to everyone. It's actually good to be in the last panel, because most of the questions and the answers have already been dispensed. The presentation by Will was actually quite sobering, I must say. Looking at where we sit as a country, as Eswatini, and where other countries, especially within the region, are. The issue of carbon credits will only remain a potential until we actually take decisive steps to actually see how we can actually harness this. I think I'm not going to repeat what has already been said. We don't have policy, we don't have frameworks, we don't have regulations. To me, the key question is, where do we start? Maybe today it's a good starting point, but then what happens after this? Who is supposed to take the lead? Who is supposed to bring the key parties together to the table to actually say that we have got this opportunity, we've got this potential, what do we do about it? What we have done as a central bank, the governor was here earlier this morning, we have also said we want to be part of the conversation, because everyone has been saying this is a collaborative effort. And through our Greening the Central Bank project, we want to participate, want to work together with other key players. But I think what is fundamental now is, how do we have the policy, the framework, the instruments that will actually ensure that we bring this to the market. It's very interesting, I think, as you rightly pointed out. There's a lot of talk around the issue of carbon credits, per se. Anyway, I think Thabo is no longer here. I'm not an expert, because he was taking a roll call to say who's an expert on carbon markets. I'm not one of them, but I've got an interest. It's so interesting when you read around the subject, because if you listen to climate change activists, they are actually going to tell you that this is nothing but a profit-making scheme, which actually benefits the traders, the agents, with nothing actually going back to the community where this is supposed to work. There's a very interesting case study, I think, in Zimbabwe. I think it's the Kariba project. You can read a lot around that. It actually tells you what can go wrong if you don't have the right policy and frameworks. So I think for me, it's why here, and then what happens next, because we have all heard about the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to note that worldwide, on a Friday afternoon after lunch is the worst possible time to be on a panel. So I'm going to try and keep you entertained and be a little bit controversial. And I'm going to keep it snappy. So my company provides essential services to rural communities. We provide clean cooking energy, clean water, and as well as broadband. But I'm tired, ladies and gentlemen, I'm tired because for 7 years I've been trying to figure out a way to do carbon credits. So with all due respect to Will and everyone else, it's a bureaucratic nightmare. I made a big mistake in 2014 and I tried to build a private wind farm in South Africa. Just to do the carbon audit was going to cost me $240,000 US. And then the trade would take between 5 and 7 years to register on the gold standard. I'm sorry. You know, there's a fantastic website I follow. You can look it up. It's called We're Out of Time. We're out of time. We've missed so we are one community. We are one small planet in a grand universe, okay? We're all in this together. There's a great quote that came out in the New York Times that said, "Not one of you is going to get out of this alive." So the thing is that we all share the same air, okay? Yeah. And the thing is that we having missed every single target with everything that was presented in all of these mechanisms, I just have to tell you, as a person, entrepreneur, businessman trying to do it in Africa, it's not working. And it's not going to work. Sorry. Because we're out of time. So we have to do something differently. And I'm trying to do I'm trying to do something different because we need African solutions for African problems. I don't need people with clipboards from Europe to come and tell me how to run my project. So Africa, as Will said, is the biggest carbon trading country in Africa. But let me ask you, who built those projects? There's one South African company. There are 11 American, European, and Chinese companies. Where's the money? It's back in America and China. So they're creating their own carbon credits. It doesn't work. So just to wrap up, what I propose is a wake-up call, because the people who are the poorest of the poor are suffering the most. Okay? What is that? I just wanted to ask you, out of interest, as a continent of Africa, what do you think the average age is in Africa? The average age of the entire continent, the mean age. Any ideas?
It's 30.
30. Any other ideas? 19 years. 19 years old. What's the mean age in Europe? 48. America, 46. We're a young continent. The people who have the answers are not here in this room. They're out there. They're in the communities. So in summary, there are three things that haven't been discussed in the last 2 days at all. Number one is AI. AI is going to change every single one of our lives in the next 6 months dramatically. Dramatically. Number two is timing. We don't have time to build a policy in Eswatini that's going to be approved in the next 2 years. Forget it. And the number three thing, technology. We have to leverage technology everywhere. So what my business does is it takes, with the companies here, Wonderport, they have 155 schools in Eswatini on high-speed rural broadband. That's how to get the data. We need the data. So what I'm disrupting with is we have finally an African solution for carbon. It's a new carbon standard which is accredited. And so the third thing I wanted to tell you about, which is going to change all of our lives, and especially our children's lives, is something called blockchain technology and the smart contract. So carbon that is generated in my projects can be instantly traded, but by the time the village has used the water and the cooking system and the energy overnight, I've already sold the carbon in Europe on a carbon blockchain. Thank you.
Thank you. Dudu?
Thank you very much, Mr. Dladla, and a very good afternoon to everyone in the room. Yeah, the issue of carbon markets. I will start by going back to the book of Genesis, where we have the issue of the twins, Jacob and Esau. Esau had a birthright, but he was desperate. He was hungry, he needed something, and he chose to trade his birthright. The question that I keep asking myself is, with this whole issue of carbon markets, what do we have? And what is the value of what we have? And what is it that we are struggling with? And is it worth selling our birthright as Africa, as Eswatini? I don't believe in Esau's story it was worth selling the birthright. So the question is, how can we meet our immediate need without selling our birthright? Talking about our birthright, Eswatini, we are always saying we need to develop. Africa needs to develop. And where is the space to develop? We need a meeting space. Until we are able to completely delink development from emissions, we do need the carbon space. But if we go with carbon markets, we sell that carbon space, but we do need the resources as well. So how do we achieve getting what we need without trading our birthright as a country? Now, a lot has been talked about by my colleagues up here, the issue of ensuring that we build our own economy such that it also benefits from the carbon markets. It's been said that it's a very tedious process. We keep saying we're learning from the CDM. Eswatini fails to participate in CDM simply because of the way it is so tedious.
CDM for Clean Development Mechanism.
Clean
right?
Development Mechanism,
Yeah.
yes. It is tedious. The difference during the Clean Development Mechanism is we didn't have a commitment to mitigate, to cut down emissions as well, but now we do. So the issue of ensuring that we have a framework, ensuring that we have the legislation is very key. Maybe I believe we're still going to get back to it, but I will say at the moment that we are having a draft, a bill that we are having, and we're undergoing consultations. We did try to have consultations with the private sector. With the few that we had, it was a very interesting discussion, but we missed quite a number, so it would be interesting to see how best we can take that discussion forward, so that what we put in our legislation is what is going to enable us to come up with regulations that are going to work with Eswatini. We need to meet our immediate need, but it's not worth selling a birthright.
Sure. Malins.
Good afternoon. I don't know if I can add any more to that, even though Mr. Andrew, you're disappointing me. Setting up the carbon market is part of my KPIs, and what am I supposed to do now? Yeah.
Do it differently.
Yeah, of course, I will do it differently, and we'll make sure we engage the 19-year-olds who will be the one running that in the few years. But the Eswatini Stock Exchange has always been made climate finance available to institutions. You can raise finance, green bonds, sustainable bonds, gender bonds. We try to create those instruments so that companies can actually take them up and improve their output by reducing their emissions. In terms of the carbon markets, we are getting technical assistance from our partners, the Taiwan Carbon Exchange, and they will be helping us setting that up. And I'm disappointed if you're telling me it will take 7 years just for one project to register, but we will figure it out. We should be looking at solutions, not the problems. We will get there. And with all these bright minds here, we'll be working with the central bank, and Ms. Tutu here will be helping us. And we need to get this thing started quickly, but making sure that we get it right. I think I will stop there for now.
Just to welcome the Honorable Minister. Welcome, Margaret. We society in Zalap. Dr. Khomal, I think I'll get back to you again. I'm sure we can hear from the colleagues where the sentiments are at. Now, we want to do this differently and probably look at how we can integrate this as part of our financial markets as a country, as Eswatini. I'm sure at 50 years you have come of age, really, as the central bank, and I'm sure a 50-year-old would want to do this thing differently and bring a lot of innovation with AI and all the tools. I see Professor Motsa there, one of our champions for AI. I'm sure there's nothing that can stop us. How do you see this at the central bank? Integrating this as part of our financial markets and ensuring that we can create some stability and some prosperity in our economy as a country. 50 years later, surely. Dr. Khomo?
Yeah, I've actually been heavily disrupted as well. Because I was going to engage Ms. Tutu to say, can we actually get the policy and the frameworks in place? But we're not giving up. Okay, I'm going to talk like an economist now, because this is what we do as the central bank. If you look at our mandate at a very high level, we were responsible for two things. One is price stability, which can be easily referred to as low and stable inflation. And then the other one is financial stability, which means that you must have a financial sector that actually facilitates financial intermediation. It absorbs shocks and risks as they emerge to actually support the economy in the longer term. And then when you look at the role of financial markets now within the system, at a very high level, then financial markets are there to facilitate the efficient allocation of capital towards the most productive uses, which means that the way we look at developments in the financial markets place, especially carbon markets, it's a new product that also has the potential to channel funds to societal outcomes.
Yeah.
Because now if you look at investing, there's a lot of talks around ESG investing. We do believe that it's a product that can actually help facilitate the channeling of funds to climate change initiatives. Yes, there's a lot of carbon credit capital which is flying. If we look at our neighbors, other countries, they do talk about very interesting...
A lot of people knocking, I can tell you. Yeah.
Yes, talking about very significant foreign exchange inflows which come into the country. We still believe, if it's possible, it's a product that can actually enhance our development. Although, yes, there are challenges, if one can put it in a different way. It's also interesting when we see what happened in Zimbabwe as well, around the regulation, where government actually came to actually saying we want a certain percentage of the proceeds. It's an interesting, because you can also use that to channel funds towards your development needs as a country. So as a product, I think in financial markets, we see this as a new initiative, it's a new product that can actually be able to transfer capital to what the society needs, especially on climate change related mitigation issues.
Sure, yeah.
Thanks.
Andrew, I'm sure you might have seen on Will's presentations, I'm sure when he was making examples on the projects. Follow energy, transport. But for us, I think, talking from the energy deficiency space as a country, I'm sure energy is where we have some of the low-hanging fruits.
Absolutely.
In terms of what projects we can think of. I'm not sure what experiences we want to share, particularly in the area of energy and where we can go in the context of this, what we're talking about today?
Yeah, good question. If this was my market, there's something you can start with immediately. So to create, just to zoom back for a second, to create carbon offsets, you need space, you need sunshine, and those are the two essential ingredients. And then you also need human capital. Okay, in your country, you've got all of those, and my passion is to empower rural communities, because with that carbon that I was telling you about just now, it subsidizes an entire village to become a smart agri-hub, because now they've got broadband, they've got energy, they can start trading, they can do e-commerce, they can do all sorts of things. So, you know, if you take a Western mindset, so it's interesting that since 1960, $7.4 trillion of aid and grants have gone into Africa. Show me one project that's lifted people out of poverty in Africa. Not one. Because as Mandela said, it's in our hands. You can't create a culture of this. You know, when is the aid coming? When are the millies coming? So what I've worked hard to do in my learnings is how to create an economy out of nothing in rural areas. And the way to do that is through carbon.
Mm-hmm.
So in this country tonight, as we sit here now, it's 2:30, most rural ladies running a household will be out starting to go and collect fuel to make a fire. In fact, I think the statistics like 55% of Swazi's households use primary fuel to cook, okay? Immediately, with the size of forestry and agri-waste in your country now, you could start a clean cooking program tomorrow. You don't need policy, you don't need permits, you don't need anything. You take the waste from all the sawmills, from all the sugarcane plants, from all of the agri businesses in your country. You create fuel for those smart cook stoves. You put those cook stoves into the community. They still pay, but they pay less than what they're paying today for paraffin or charcoal or whatever. And you reverse deforestation, and those carbon credits you can sell on the market, on an open market as a digital platform, as a blockchain.
Sure.
That project to put into place would take less than 6 months in Swaziland to do the entire nation. You can make it all here. You don't need any specialists. You don't need any permits. It's there.
Yeah.
Just one example.
I will skip you for now because you represent government in this anchor panel. I'll end with you because
the mic anyway,
most of the
in case you want to shout.
Yeah, most of the things are pointing at the framework, which I think, as part of Lonkwe, from here, I think we need to go and really, really do that. Malins, the Eswatini Stock Exchange at 34 years, how old? 34 years, you are no longer a child yourself. And certainly, it looks like if we were to have a viable carbon market in the country, certainly you have a lot of agitation to do. You have already spoken about the partnership with the Taiwanese on this. What can you tell us more about that as the Eswatini Stock Exchange?
All right, thank you, sir. Forgive me, but I wasn't there for the 34 years. Only joined them 5 years ago.
Sure.
But ever since I joined,
Sure.
starting to pick up, and
Yeah.
we've got great minds working there. We're getting all the support we need from all the other stakeholders, including government. So our partnership with the Taiwan Carbon Exchange, it includes making sure we have the right infrastructure for the trading of carbon credits, and making sure that we can actually verify them and sell good quality carbon credits, which will attract a lot of, the pricing will be much better if we can produce good carbon credits. Besides the technology, they can actually also buy into those carbon credits. I'm sure you've noticed all stock exchanges around the world, they are trying to interconnect such that if there's a product in the stock exchange, other jurisdictions can buy into that. And fortunately, Eswatini Stock Exchange is engaged in a project to connect with the southern stock exchanges, whereby they can also put their products. We work with Namibia. I'm sure their carbon credits are much better and they're way ahead. They will be helping us. We also working with the what's this, African carbon exchange in Egypt, just to get technical assistance, see what we need to set up on the ground, and make sure that we do this the right way and it can attract proper investors. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Tutu, back to you. You can't escape this one. As we've been saying, it looks like the meeting point is this framework. How can we build this thing in a proper way so that all these ideas and the promises can be facilitated in a government-led, partner-led framework which is going to guide all of this? Where do we start? Where are we? Maybe we can start there.
In starting on where we are, as indicated earlier, we're at a point where we are having a draft climate change management bill, which is very, very key because everything else will be anchored on that bill, on that act once it's an act. And one of the provisions that are there, the provision for carbon markets is there. And the issue of emission targets as well is there. And as I said earlier on, we did have deliberations with different stakeholders, including the private sector. And one of the things that came up is as we trade on the carbon markets, we also need to remember that we also have an obligation to mitigate. And this obligation to mitigate, on one aspect, it's about us meeting our targets under the Paris Agreement. But on the other end, there are other issues that link to it as well. Just last year, the European Union set up, they approved regulations that are called the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. And the question is, how is that going to affect us? And if we sell all our carbon emissions, what does it mean in terms of us being able to trade? So we need to think broader. We need to ensure, once again, that we do this in a way that will work for us. We shouldn't find that we have sold our birthmark. We can no longer trade, and maybe in the future we are the ones to buy carbon credits back to meet our own obligations. But in saying that, I am not saying let us run away from the space. It's there and it's something to tap into, but let us do it intelligently. Now, you asked the question on how exactly we do it. It doesn't only start in Eswatini. There is a lot. I think we have had meetings at Africa level, and SADC is also looking into what can be done. And some of the elements that have been looked into at the Africa level also talk to what Andrew has talked about, the fact that there is a lot that it takes for this. And one of the things that we need to ensure that we do at the moment, in parallel with making sure that the policy framework is there, is ensuring that we have the capacity. We need to develop the value chain. We need to make sure that we have the capacity to do the validation of carbon credits. Otherwise, while we sell the carbon credits, all the money that we sell for will go back outside the continent as well to those 11 companies versus one company that Andrew was talking about. But let us make sure that we have systems in place, and this is a place where the private sector can tap into and make sure that we are ready. And as well, in terms of formulating, one other thing that has been talked to, I'm happy he also talked about having an African standard. That is one of the other things that was talked to. The question is, as Africans, are we going to trust each other to sell our carbon credits through our own systems? Because that means that most of the money will still be retained within the continent, and as much as we can, let us retain within the country. And then in terms of formulating the framework, Africa has looked into also having a toolkit that will assist all of us. And as SADC, we are also looking into seeing whether we can have a framework that we can all anchor to. Because in unity, we have more power. In unity, we can deal with this better. Yeah. And we need to trust each other. We need to work together. And as Eswatini, in taking our legislative framework forward, we still need to make sure we have the tools, we are able to participate, we have the registry, stock exchanges already on board, and it's something that we have looked at continental level as well, that we could bring the stock exchanges on board because they are better capacitated to do the trading. So we are in the right track, but there is more to do and we need to move fast. But in moving fast, we need not move too fast that we put our people in jeopardy.
You lose
here.
your shadow. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to open it now. Oh, Excellent is here. You absconded, Excellent. So as I open the mic, I think I'm going to start with you right there. You can't escape us. I will just probably open it for 3 questions, and then my panel is going to anchor it home. But Excellent, I'll give you the preferential treatment, although you absconded my session. I see a hand there, Ranga, and then I see Mr. Khama here, and then I see the last hand over there. The light is right on my face. Let me start with you, Ranga. Go for it. It's not working.
Hello, no,
All
it's
right.
working. Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Ranga. I'm a stockbroker here in Eswatini. I just thought I would want to just also pass a few comments because the 2 people there.
Which ones?
Those 2 people there,
At the center.
James Bond and this one from Met.
Yeah, okay.
They're trying to frighten us. So just to give a little bit of context of what this carbon exchange is, so that everyone kind of understands and appreciates the concept of it all. Implementation is always different anyway, but the concept is very important. So carbon exchange, the carbon credits, are a mechanism to promote sustainability. Why? Because the other mechanisms of supporting sustainability or supporting companies to go into to take sustainability seriously is things like tax cuts and all those things. But in all fairness, it's very difficult for a government to just issue tax cuts because many governments, the requirements are, it's got a direct impact on a lot of things. So globally, one of the ways of promoting sustainability was this concept of carbon credits. So ordinarily what will happen is that if someone is involved in a sustainable project, and you can go on the gold standards, the ones we're talking about, they're actually projects. In Uganda, like what Andrew was saying, rural women who are, cooking smart, and the projects are verified properly, can earn as much as $25 per ton in terms of the reduction. Because how the carbon credit works is, if you're involved in a sustainable project and you're reducing emissions by 1 ton, it is equal to 1 carbon credit. So the issues around carbon credits are around implementation, all right? Getting the proper frameworks done.
Sure.
And remember with carbon credits, a country cannot sell to other externally up until it has met its own requirement. So in a country like Eswatini, there are those that are emitting, and then there are those that are generating carbon credits. By nature, Eswatini, big forest, I think about 40% of the land here is under forestry. So we are not a very big emitting nation. Even if you were to look at the statistics, and Director Met can confirm, we are very low on emissions, which means that we've got capacity of transforming lives, if done properly, through these carbon credits.
Sure.
People forget that a rural woman, if she's reducing emissions, she simply goes to a broker, and these transactions are done on the exchange. Government benefits from taxes on the stock exchange. FSRA, all these other entities benefit from a functional stock exchange. So the whole purpose of then having Taiwan and Eswatini Twin is because Taiwan has developed its own carbon exchange market. So we're not going into something we don't know. We are just leveraging from them. Sure. And the impact is that this can really transform lives and create employment, and more importantly, promote sustainability in Eswatini. So I just thought I would allay those fears. Yeah. Because we saw the Bible getting involved then, right, and all these things. Some people like us, we get frightened.
Sure.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ranga. Who was next? Was it Re? Re Khama? The mic right there.
Good afternoon.
Just snappy and short, yeah?
Snappy and short. You know,
Yeah.
I used to be a politician. I don't know the word short. I used to be, in my previous life, a Minister of Environment, Wildlife and Tourism in Botswana from 2013 to 2018, and then Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture from 18 to 19. And I now live in this wonderful country. But I want to also share with you that I was at Waterford in 1970 somewhere. And then I was exactly, and then I was in Luengo in 1978. So I've been associated with Eswatini since the days it was called Swaziland. But in any case, thank you for this opportunity. I found the meeting very informative. For me, I'm not really going to pose a question. I would just like to provoke some thought. First of all, if you just excuse me, I would like to go back to a model that I used when I was in Botswana, when we did tourism. We decided to adopt a model that was different to what everybody else was doing, which was ecotourism. When we did ecotourism, we then brought in something with that, which was a hunting ban. And then we had the world's attention, because we had done something that nobody else was doing in the way that we had done it under the same condition. And that's the launch that I want to take off from here, is brand Eswatini. What is your brand? Who are you? Have you branded yourselves? Have you told the world the difference in you? Because we know who Swaziland was, but do we know now who Eswatini is? And do you own the brand? Do you own who you want to be? Now, you see, when we talk about carbon credits, the likes of the United Nations and what have you, and WHO, they want a one-size-fits-all because they need to be fair, or seem to be fair. But our life is not a one-size-fits-all. And you have to find your own difference and what suits you, what suits the citizens of the kingdom. One advantage you have is you only have 1.2 million people as a population. You are blessed. You are really blessed in this time. And during COVID, I think you saw the benefit. As you said, your economy still stayed at about 5%. However, let's get on to the carbon credits part of things. When we're talking carbon credits, I have, and that's how I actually had a discussion with Mr. Ranga. We had a big argument about our views on carbon credits. And he had just been to Taiwan, or was going to Taiwan. And I said to him, with carbon credits, you need to own the model. You need to design what works for you. Don't be dictated to, because these assets are yours. What is happening, if you'll excuse me being candid, how many times do our natural resources get taken out of the country and then we don't have the beneficiation in the country? Are we going to allow the same with carbon credits, where at the end of the day somebody comes in and says, I want to buy your credits, and off they go, and you're left with what? Surely the model that we should be looking at is, how do we empower ourselves with our credits? Do we need to be selling them to somebody else, or can we trade those credits for our benefit?
Yeah.
And if we're trading those credits for our benefits, are we then not going to deliberately look at empowering the youth, empowering women, and having sustainable projects and renewable projects? Because that, after all, is what the whole idea is from. So why would we use credits to pay somebody who's polluting? Let the polluter pay. So you're using your good for somebody else who's going to benefit for their bad. I don't understand that. So if somebody would like to explain how that works and the logic behind that, I'd really appreciate that.
All right.
I am not going to carry on. I'd love to carry on, but let me just conclude.
Sure.
I'm going to give you a little example about youth and women. There are no youth here. There's no youth.
We're all young at heart.
No, wait. I haven't heard the youth. I want to see them on that platform. That's what I'm talking about. Before I left, we had requested that the youth have an opportunity to sit in Parliament, to debate the budget. so that they were part of moving the country forward. And I think that's where we need to start. We need to be inclusive from the beginning.
Sure.
The last thing, when you talk about, the gentleman there was saying that carbon credits and carbon is what will empower the rural areas. That and other things. Once you've branded Eswatini as, for example, and I'm going to say it here, the first carbon neutral country in Africa, you have a brand. You now have a brand. Everything you do is with that brand. Ngwenya Glass, from the first carbon neutral country in Africa. Who's going to say no when you approach them with a brand? That makes it difficult. You want to make the world, put them in a position where they can't say no. Okay, so that's a brand. That's how we need to brand. The second thing, the youth. You're talking about budgets and funding and financing. My view is the following. You go and you look at all these shipping containers. Go and collect those shipping containers for free. And I'll tell you how to do it. You bring them here, you paint them. You go to the retailers and you say, please give me enough stock for the first 2 cycles, whether it's mealie meal, whether it's maize, whether it's sugar, whether it's flour, whatever the case is. You put the youth in those containers and women's groups as a trust, managed so that they don't abuse the resources. 2 cycles. You go and get the cell phone providers like Swazi Mobile and MTN, they come into it as well. Now all of a sudden you've got these containers around and you're not selling 5 kgs of sugar. You're selling 1 amalangeni of sugar. What the pocket affords, you're not dictating. And these are things where you now get into the rural areas. There are so many models like that which one can adopt. And that is how you have a sustainable model of progress and you empower people from grassroots level.
Sure.
But remember, somebody was having a problem with the quote of the Bible just now. Remember what they say. Feed a man, you feed him forever. Teach him to fish, he feeds himself.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rre. There's one hand there, but on the way back, I'm going to go to Excellent because it is not going to escape. Just briefly, snappy. I saw another hand here. Patrick, was your hand up? Zandi? You represent the youth. You're not going to escape. All right, fine.
Thank you. I'm Lungna Kininza. Mine is just on saying I appreciate that we are now becoming inclusive. We're trying to engage even the private sector to come forward. I'm here also to talk about the women and youth. They've tried to start some projects on bamboo and moringa, but the financial institutions, they're not assisting those women and youth because they saw an opportunity that moringa and the bamboo can offset carbon emission, but there's no one assisting them. They will tell them how long does it last for it to grow. All of a sudden they don't assist. And even market availability or the equipment processing machines, they don't assist them. So what are we saying? So I'm just appreciating that this is an opportunity for us to see job creation through the use of this carbon offsetting plants like the moringa. Here and I'm having some the moringa seeds. Let's go and plant these seeds because we are seeing them that scientifically it has been proven that it is 20 times able to to help in carbon emission. And why are we not tapping into that? Yeah. Another thing is we need machinery to produce such. Like this one is a bamboo toothbrush. It's coming from China. When are we coming to say, in Eswatini we want to produce, we are failing to produce even a toothpick? My dear, let us see it.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Lungile. You need to tell them to trade those carbons. We are going to bring the framework. Excellent. actually you escaped the point because I wanted you to just share briefly the strategies in the region that UNDP is assisting us on in terms of this particular topic.
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't listen to the presentation, so
Sure.
I hope I do not
It's okay.
repeat things. I think in the region and in Africa, there is a lot of discussions around carbon markets. And there is a lot of information and misinformation. But the bottom line is that most African countries are not ready to go into carbon trading, particularly if we are talking about carbon markets as related to the NDCs and the Climate Change Convention, particularly the Paris Agreement, Article 6, which has different mechanisms that countries can use in engaging in the carbon markets. So what we've discovered is that because most of the countries do not have are not prepared in the sense that they do not have national carbon market frameworks, which are supposed to guide as policy documents on how the country can engage in the carbon markets in a sustainable way.
Sure.
Now, the most taught scenario is that carbon markets are a way of mobilizing resources for sustainable development, for climate action. However, if we look at the Paris Agreement and Article 6, carbon credits are a mechanism to support reducing emissions. It's a mechanism that countries can apply to be able to increase their ambition in terms of emission reductions to meet the objectives of the Paris Agreement and, of course, the overall objective of the Climate Convention, which is really to reduce global warming. Now, what we are saying is the approach is to employ renewable energy systems, green investments, green solutions that help us address our national needs in terms of access to energy, in terms of improving our agricultural systems, employing climate smart agriculture. And then when we employ these mechanisms and technologies, they help us to address our energy issues. They help us to address our food security. But they have core benefits of reducing emissions, which then can be used for us to meet our NDC targets, particularly targets that are related to unconditional. So these are targets that we put in our NDCs that we can easily achieve. And in most cases for Africa, we are looking at the rich forests that we have, because you just have to maintain the forest. But we also have what we call conditional targets in the NDCs, which are actually most of our emission reductions are supposed to be conditional, which is emissions that we are going to achieve by getting international support in terms of finance, technology, and capacities.
Yeah.
And this is where we need to really focus on in our NDCs, that we must show where are the opportunities for investments that can create carbon credits.
Sure.
And so most countries, we are agreeing that we should not look at land-based carbon credits, because basically we are going to be auctioning our land where the forests are. And whoever owns the piece of land where the forests are owns the credits.
Yeah.
So we have to trade carefully, and the advice is that we should not sign anything until we have a national framework on carbon markets.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, excellent. Colleagues, I think let's take it home now. I think we can sit here, talk. I see 5 minutes from the chair of chairs. So maybe just under a minute. Final thoughts. Maybe let me start with you, Tabet. What is the take-home message out of all this conversation on this subject?
Oh, thank you. This is not just for me, it's for the Eswatini Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
Sure. So Stock Exchange has to meet the market players and including government in setting up those legal frameworks and work with our regulator on setting up the trading mechanisms for the stock exchange and making sure that the trading platform will be okay.
Sure.
Yes. I'm not worried about the issues that they've raised. I'm worried about creating the market for when we are ready to trade those carbon credits. That's what the stock exchange will be doing, and hopefully we'll get the support from the other stakeholders.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Director?
Thank you. I had initially wanted to react to what my friend at the back said, but I think what Excellent has spoken to has addressed some of the issues. But what I would like to say is that the issue of carbon markets was established initially under the Kyoto Protocol. It's a mechanism that can be used to collaborate to meet emission reduction targets. Initially, we had the CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism, which developing countries could sell their carbon emission reduction to developed countries who had targets while they didn't have. And there was also what we called the joint implementation, which is JI, where developed countries were trading among themselves, and yes, they needed to ensure that they meet their targets first. Now we are in the in the Paris Agreement time. There's still negotiations ongoing. And while carbon markets are ongoing, but we have already seen that there is interest that the currently voluntary markets be absorbed by the regulated space that the Paris Agreement is establishing. So it is very critical that we move with that in mind. And for us, as I said, we are at a stage where we're developing the bill, which should eventually be an act. And we are collaborating with Africa and SADC in terms of having that regional guidance and having our own framework as well. But things need to go in parallel. We need to create the enabling environment. We need to make sure that the market is ready for all of us, but let us not find ourselves where we have taken one thing and we are no longer able to continue with our development, including trading. The CBAM is there as well, among other things.
Sure. Andrew?
Thanks. I'll cut it short. It's nearly Chaila.
Yeah, sure.
So the world is looking to Africa now because they've run out of ideas. Don't sell your soul. Don't sell your soul. Keep the solutions here. There is a way. Look at a website called inclusivecarbon.org. It's an African carbon standard that is for African economies and empowers rural communities. That's the standard that we use. It's new. Challenge the rules. Disrupt. Because I tell you why. I don't want to look at my children in 10 years' time when they say to me, "What did you do, Dad? What did you actually do?" Thank you.
Sure. Dr. Homo?
Thanks. Maybe 2 words from me.
Yeah.
The first one is let's build capacity around this area so that we can actually own the journey that we are going to take, and we can be able to get the full benefits from carbon credits. And then the second one is collaboration. We need to work together with everyone. Everyone spoke about the youth, women. Let us make sure that we are inclusive in all these conversations to make sure that we've got broad-based participation. And then lastly, here we've got that agreement with Taiwan. Let's make it work.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've come to an end. Just for me, I think the issue of capacity, as Dr. Homo is saying, key. I'm sure we can throw this concept around green bonds, carbon pricing. We can spend the whole day doing this, but I think as long as we don't anchor it in our capacity and leveraging on the partnerships, particularly with the international partners, but ensuring that we lead the narrative, we will lead the trajectory that we want to take as a country. I think that's what we need to do, and building on this green Indaba, I think is a perfect platform for us to leverage on these partnerships so that we can come with a framework that is going to assist all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Pano. Yeah. Next one.
Thank you very much, Babe Dladla and the panelists. The lost and found announcement that was here, kahle kahle someone lost their car keys that have a gate remote. So if you happen to see them, please assist this gentleman, and otherwise ngaphandle. Yes, apparently lost them during lunch, so I don't know whether maybe ngilaba la hotel alaba tithethe has seen them. Okay, we have come to the end of the sessions that we had since yesterday. Climate change is real and is affecting all of us. So we really need the sustainable solutions to solve all these issues that have been discussed, and we need them now. I could go on and on. I think we've all been here listening, and I think Andrew phrased it right. We are out of time. We are really out of time. In closing, because after me, there's the closing session which will be facilitated by Ms. Constance Vilagati, who is the acting principal secretary at the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs. So this is me signing out, and special thanks to the organizers, sponsors, partners for bringing us together to discuss such critical issues on climate change. Special thanks to the SNG leadership for trusting myself and my co-director, Opa, who unfortunately had to leave early to catch his flight to lead this important event. Special thanks to all of you here for being a lovely and respectable audience, because if you guys were not listening to myself and Opa, I think maybe we didn't keep time or it didn't go as smooth as it did. Special thanks to Tracy and team for making sure that tea and lunch was served on time, because it also made everything to be on time. To our technicians, our photographers, the Evolve Media. I think both sessions yesterday and today went very well because we all worked together, sabambisana, and for that I thank you. And lastly, to all the queens in the room, Happy Women's Month. Thank you.
I am back. It's me again. It's not Constance. It's Duduzilen Hlenge Thomasina. I am back for the closing ceremony. And thank you very much. For me, it's been a lovely 2 days. I hope all of you would attest to that. We have talked about issues that pertain to health. We have talked to issues that pertain to food security. We have talked about the cross-cutting issue of just transitioning. And I would like to say that just transition, it's not just a limited issue. It's about us moving from what we have used to business as usual and taking climate action, whether be it adaptation or mitigation. But how do we transition from that to what we need to do, from business as usual to what we want to do in a way that is just. And that is why this was a very interesting session, that in as far as we looked at the just transitioning, we considered our youth and gender groups to ensure that while we are taking climate action, we deal them justice as well. And coming to today, having talked about the promoting mechanisms in the financing sector and mobilizing finance and the policy issues and carbon credits today were the talk. I think both sessions talked about that. We have come to an end of our session, and once again from my end, I would like to thank you all for this. And without much further ado, I will give the opportunity to Mr. Ngabinze, the partner from SNG, to give us a quick round of what we have done and the roadmap from here. Thank you. Over to you, Baba Ngabinze.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wear too many hats, so now I'm wearing the one of being partner at SNG. Thanks for Tutalati for throwing me under the bus. There is a small presentation that you have done. It's about seven slides, very, very small, which just try to capture the spirit of what you have just gone through over there the last 2 days. It's been a hectic 2 days. Even my mind is, I still need time to reflect on what has been discussed, and I really, really hope that all of us will be on that same frame of mind. Thank you. So, moving on to the next slide, you will see that we have all said the right things. We have had the right things. We have identified the gaps. Now is the time to ask ourselves if possible. Oh yeah, and the chairs. Anyway, I'll continue while Sisha is still assisting with the chairs and Bandile. So we have all said the right things, identify the gaps. Now is the time to ask ourselves if we are willing, we need the willingness to do the necessary and come up with measurable and implementable solutions. From last year's sessions, we did the same thing. We came up with takeaways that we're going to look at. And based on the takeaways, there are certain actionable plans. We have not been able to do 100% of those things, but we have started the discussion and also on the roadmap to actually try and cover some of those things. The problems that we have identified on the next slide is effectively 6 problems. This has been coming through and are based on themes that are coming through the presentations that we have had and the speakers. Firstly is the fixed mindset. We seem to want to do one and the same thing. We don't want to then think outside of the box. There is no box, people. Let's try to have a growth mindset so we'll look at things on a global basis for our local problems. Then the silo mentality keeps on coming back, whereby each person is just responsible for le role yakhe, especially where they are, and also not thinking, how do we collaborate with other people? And collaboration has been the greatest theme that has been going through as we are presenting. Lack of communication and information. A lot of things, I don't know if it's just me, but we learned a lot of things over the past 2 days. Things and programs that are already in existence that we did not know were in existence. So that actually shows we are not really good at dissemination information. One of the speakers actually said that we have EMA projects that have, these projects have been successful and are success stories within our environment, but we don't talk about them. Also, EMA failures, we should embrace our failures and learn from them so that we can come up with EMA solutions now that could work better. Let's learn from each other's failures rather than we want to fail the same way. Monitoring and public relations, we seems to be lagging. It's actually linked to the communication and information part. Fear paralysis. If we're afraid of something, we then stop and don't do anything about it. Let us jump into it, fail, get hurt, learn from it, and move on. So, and then we need to move from problem fixation to solution orientation. What we have seen, once we identify a problem in Gondrobesi, we don't implement, we don't do anything. Rather, let us try to, I usually tell people, I would say, I used to be an auditor. These days, I view myself as a consultant. The job of a consultant is very easy. We have figure, and you tell us our problem, your problems, and from your problems, we identify opportunities. That is the mindset we need to all embrace. And then, if we go with the slides, it's the climate responsive food system. Policies are in place. They may not be ideal, but we do have a starting point. But what we seem to lack, and that was coming from most of the presentation, is lack of implementation or effective implementation. So we actually need targeted and isolated discussions that will move this implementation forward. Kunema policy gaps, obviously, that are there, that needs to be worked on because they've already been identified. It's just that we don't have a formal process to actually deal with the problems that are there. So, on the next one was the health and just transition. We have just combined those ones. And we say that we need to be intentional and action-oriented with our cases or based on proven case studies here in Eswatini and also elsewhere. What is actually happening here is that because of the fear paralysis, we don't want to act hence we find ourselves in that particular problem. We need to deal with what to do, how to do it, and then we monitor, which is effectively leading from the first slide. And we define processes and be intentional about, I think in the last session, there was a speaker lokulumeng inclusion of women into projects of women. So we need to define processes and be intentional about integrating the youth and women into fair and just mechanism framework as we were working on things. The next one is on PPPs or smart partnership. It goes back to the silo mentality, which we need to break and build smart, sustainable financing solutions that will answer our questions. In effect, we took a step back here and say, why are PPPs, private-public partnerships, not working in our country? And effectively, it boils to 6 things. Policies and frameworks are really not clear. There was a framework that was shared. I really loved it. And it's a simplistic framework. It's worked elsewhere. So it's a framework that we can adopt and actually use there. Lack of culture of collaboration, even among different levels of government. What also came from this is that one side of government will say, we're in agreement with this, go do it. Or say, so one arm will say, let's go to this, and say, EEA, deal with this. And then what you will find is that EEA Tausabak actor, or Angafonic actor, or the person has a different agenda from the policy that has been given. That's what we have said, because there are different messages within the same government that we're serving. Education is on the value creation of PPEs. And I say this, private sector is interested in making profits. Public is not interested in making profit, is interested in service delivery. We need to find the middle ground. The frameworks needs to be matched so that we actually deal with those. Speed of execution. This is me coming from a private sector. Whensoever we engage with public sector, the problem that we have is, in private sector, we decide, we do. In public sector, we decide, it will go to another committee that will have to decide on what was decided by the first one, which will go to the third committee. It will take 6 years before any action is happening. And by that time, private sector is no longer interested in that agenda. So, and then fear of corrupt practices and lack of accountability. This is what, it's everywhere. Once you talk PPPs, people in the back of their mind will say, so in your de-risking of any projects that have to do with PPPs, you need to have that, how do we mitigate against corrupt practices and lack of accountability or consequence management? We have seen EMA projects that have had good initiatives. Really, they were for the good of the country. But and there has not been any action taken against those people. Hence, anyway. The last one is control. Simaswati, we love control. Both baba ne pass, but I palautin vusumuzi pass service. Sibongile waba ne pass, utai palautin, sibongile pass service. The problem here is that e-control has to be defined in the agreements we prepare as we deal with PPPs. Who controls what, when, and we need to find a good way of defining that. Innovative financing is the one that I was involved in, and I think one of the most controversial, the controversial one is the last one. Innovating financing for growth. We understand that financing is key and it's important to look at all the options and also seek to tap into our local funding capacity. I think that came very to the fore as we were discussing. Gutema investment mandates needs to be aligned to green agenda. We need to pig right on that project that's financed by the UNDP of the greening of the central bank, the central bank and the UN. And also regulators have to be brought into the discussion to trust the players and provide guidance to develop and broaden the industry in our market. And lastly, it was the session on carbon. That one is still entrenched into our minds. The truth is we are lacking behind the curve, and carbon credits are a key instrument that we need to leverage on. But as usual, proper due care and diligence is required on the entire process flow so that we say we have ticked all of the boxes and we have taken the lessons from the other countries. That's why we say a proper risk assessment needs to be done and mitigating factors put to de-risk the particular project. Frameworks, including the Article 6 framework, are still being developed and we just need to speed up the process. But Sende Shoguts were doing it in a very, very mature way. And then there have been gaps that were highlighted by the USAID carbon credit assessment report, which we need to find a way with actionable timelines, when are we going to be doing what. And then we need to encourage the development. In fact, this one, it touched on this on the session and also on the financing session. So we need to develop carbon projects and also create a registry for them. And we need to create our own narrative when it comes to the carbon credit frameworks. And as I summarize everything, we need to develop EMA solutions, La Suta us as Eswatini, Africa for its own problems. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Babengabinza. Yes, thank you very much. I couldn't have summarized it better. That in a nutshell is our 2 days. And I believe we all have something to take home. We have something that we need to go in action. We need to work together. And we need to all ensure that it's not me. Each one of us needs to say it's not me to drop the ball. Let's make this work for us as a country. At this point in time, I will invite Mr. Hendrik on behalf of the UN Resident Coordinator to give us his address. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Honorable Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs of the Kingdom of Eswatini, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I stand here today representing Mr. George Washira, the UN Resident Coordinator, as we close this remarkable green Indaba. And first and foremost, I want to express our big thanks to Honorable Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, for providing us with this fantastic opportunity to discuss the critical issues of sustainability. Your commitment to bringing all of us together from different segments of society, different sectors, different segments has been crucial. And I also want to thank SNG Grant Thornton for the partnership, but I do want to emphasize, and I was noting the slide, maybe it was a typo, but I really see this as the Government of the Kingdom of Eswatini, UN SNG Thornton summary, but of course it's a summary of all the great deliberations that have been done today. So over the past 2 days, we have seen a diverse group of participants, both women and men, from government officials, private sector leaders, civil society representatives, academia, and ordinary citizens, coming together to voice ideas, share experiences, and co-create solutions to some of the problems that are pressing us at this time. And I do appreciate the comment that maybe there's not so much youth in this room, but I had the pleasure of being here all day yesterday, and I was very happy to see quite some engaging youth in the discussion. So it's a very important point, and I think it's something we need to continue to promote moving forward. And it's always a privilege to see such a committed group of stakeholders sharing collective thought and action, and especially when we're driven by such an urgent need for action. So we were reminded yesterday, I believe it was, about the triple planetary crisis that we face with climate change, the loss of nature, and pollution. And the time for action is now, and the Sustainable Development Goals, which are universally adopted, offer a comprehensive framework for achieving a sustainable future. But as our presenters highlighted, there is a significant financing gap that needs to be addressed. And the world, not just Eswatini and Southern Africa, which is experiencing this very much at the moment, but the whole world is warming at an alarming rate, and the impacts are being felt throughout the Kingdom of Eswatini with increasing intensity. We have prolonged droughts, we have erratic rainfall, severe weather storms, and the evidence is clear that we need to act collectively now. So we must ensure that our investments are sustainable and coordinated and being collective. And the discussions we've had during these days is to underscore the importance of coordinating and aligning our efforts, maximizing our resources, which often are scarce, and moving forward with a well-defined low-carbon development framework. But this is not just about mitigating climate impacts, it is about transforming our economy and society in a way that is resilient, inclusive, and sustainable, where we are able to face the impacts of climate change in an effective manner. And a key part of this conversation is the implementation of the nationally determined contributions, NDCs. And these commitments are at the heart of our efforts to transition to a low-carbon economy, and they require investments both from the public and the private sectors. And we need to streamline the implementation of the NDCs, ensuring that every stakeholder, government, business, civil society, academia, are actively involved in driving this. And the UN is happy to partner with the government in taking a stock take of the current NDC and working together to review and develop the new NDCs. And this is something we've, as a UN, have been doing in about 85% of the countries around the world. So we look forward to continue also doing that here. And this is not just an environmental imperative, it's an economic necessity and a social imperative. So again, the Sustainable Development Goals provide us with a unique framework for achieving sustainability, both here in the Kingdom of Eswatini and globally. But as we have heard, there's a 3.9 billion financing gap to implement the SDGs. And this could be a deterrent for us to take action, but we need to work together and be creative and innovative to see how we can leverage the resources, both domestic and from external partners. And as the UN family, we stand ready to partner with the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini and the stakeholders to accelerate the delivery of green initiatives. But we cannot do it alone. We need to engage private, local, and international financing. So let's see how we can further engage our pension funds, our capital markets, and other financial institutions to harness investments that can support the achievement of the SDGs. And the potential is immense, and the opportunities are without our grasp. So I'm now going to try to focus on some low-hanging fruits. This 224 Green Indaba has been incredibly rich in different ideas, and I think we can come from here with some low-hanging fruits that can be implemented almost immediately here in this beautiful kingdom. This includes, for example, continuing to electrify our health services and facilities with renewable energy technologies. We can invest in clean cooking options for households and schools, especially through the school feeding program. We can work on the development of a green bond for Eswatini. We can also work, which is very important, on climate smart agriculture. For example, irrigation schemes using solar power, using drought-tolerant seeds, for example. And these are not just about reducing emissions. for which, of course, Eswatini globally is not a huge contributor, but it's also about improving lives, creating jobs, and building a healthier and more equitable society. So these are concrete actions, but we also need to work on the policy, continue working on the policy framework, although I do think we have a lot of policies and frameworks in place. We had a colleague yesterday mentioning a range of policies that we have, but sometimes we need to make sure that we implement what we have in the first place. But there are some new ones that we need to look at, and the UN stands ready to work with the government on this. One example is the carbon credit schemes, where we need to take a close look, informed on whether carbon credits is the viable option and scheme for Eswatini, and if it were, how it should best be developed to be tailored to the local context and the needs. We need to make sure that it ensures environmental integrity, social equity, and economic viability. And we are here to work with you in this process. And I think it's also important to recognize that carbon pricing and carbon credits is one of many economic instruments that can be applied, but it's not the silver bullet. So we need to work together also on other things like fiscal measures, green taxes, for example. But together, I think the mix of instruments can make a big difference. It is also important to assist the private sector to come in. And for this, it's important to develop a viable pipeline of projects. Globally, there's about $463 trillion worth of assets globally that can be invested in projects. And what we need to do is work together to make sure that in this country we have viable projects that can be made attractive to foreign direct investments, but also to serve as a basis, for example, for green bonds. The basis is to have projects that can be invested in, of course. But we also recognize that the institutions that have this money, the financial institutions, they're often very risk averse, so we need to do everything we can to de-risk and engage. And here we come to things like blended finance, public-private partnerships are important. So I think I'm going to go to the next page. And of course, capitalism is something real. Money will always follow where there is profit and returns to be made. But we can also make sure that these investments contribute to sustainability, are impactful and attractive to our investors in other ways, not just financial. So as we close this Indaba, I want to congratulate all the participants for their active participation and thoughtful contributions. You have demonstrated that the Kingdom of Eswatini is ready to lead by example in this transition to a low carbon and sustainable economy. But our work does not end here. The Green Indaba is just the event, it's a call for action. So let's get together. We had some concrete things that came up on the slides. I think now we need to get together and really narrow down the list of actions so that when we gather here in a year from now, we can report back and say that we have at least done some key things that have triggered and made a big difference on the path to sustainability. So ladies and gentlemen, the road ahead is challenging, but we have immense opportunity. By working together, government, civil society, private sector, academia, different age groups, youth, more seasoned citizens of the country, we can contribute to building a resilient and sustainable future for the Kingdom of Eswatini and Africa as a whole. And the time for action is now, and the responsibility lies with all of us. And as I mentioned yesterday in my speech, I mentioned that the Kingdom of Eswatini, albeit relatively small compared to other countries, you have a huge opportunity we have a huge opportunity to work together to make sure that you can champion and really accelerate towards the achievement of the SDGs. And I like this call of becoming the first country in Africa to be carbon neutral. I think that's a call to action. So, the UN family stands ready to work with you and support you on this path. And finally, I just want to make a big thank to all of you for your engagement, not just all of you asking really good questions and engaging some difficult questions, but also the candid discussion with the panelists, with the presenters, and the facilitators and moderators I've noted have also really tried to pull out the essence of the issue. So thank you very much, and it's been a great pleasure to be here, and I wish all of you a wonderful weekend ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, RR. I am happy to hear you saying we, as you talk about Eswatini. You are here with us now, you're part of us, and once again would like to extend a warm welcome and look forward to working with you as well as the rest of the UN family. And the promise for partnerships is very much welcomed and received. At this point in time, we are slowly drawing to the close of our session. I would once again like to appreciate all the partners that we have worked with as we continued with this work, and for all that have stayed. Some have stayed throughout the session, and we are very, very grateful for that and for all the inputs that we have heard. With that, I will request that we have our Acting Principal Secretary, who substantially is our Undersecretary, Ms. Constance Vilagati, take the podium.
Honorable Minister for Tourism and Environmental Affairs, UN representatives, members of the Diplomatic Corps, captains of industry, senior government officials present, distinguished guests, members of the media houses, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's been a great pleasure for me to be part of this 2024 Green Indaba. The discussions were great and enlightening. Honorable Minister, we thank you for your leadership, which has seen the ministry achieving a lot in the environment and climate change issues. We are very hopeful that the country will attain its sustainable development goals. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome the Honorable Minister to the podium. Thank you.
Sesingahlala phasi. Good afternoon. The UN Resident Coordinator, represented by Franklin, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Governor of the Central Bank of Eswatini, CEO, and board members of FSRA, CEOs and champions of other organizations, the acting PS in the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, senior government officials, delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I say anything, it might happen ku transfer US acting PS, ku transfer ki ku transfer Dudu. I'm standing here. This is a Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs activity. But the ministry is not anywhere near this conference room. You see Ministry of Finance, you see all other partners, but our ministry is not here. The visibility of the ministry. I don't know whether they are transferring me or what. So nje, that one should be clear. Ninga mangali. Yeah, don't know whether it's a sabotage or what, but nje. Ndobabona ndababona somewhere else. Leti ndzaba sitabe sititeka nalabanye bantfu in future. Yes, before I read my speech, today I'm representing myself. Before I read my speech, I feel like taking the Right Reverend Dr. Dels's mandate and responsibility of calling a roll call to see ban labaphendvukako, especially on issues of carbon credit, on issues of climate financing. There are so many issues where we need to repent and recommit. I've been talking about this issue, I think beginning of the year. I called my team talking about carbon credits. Why is the law? Let's finish up the law. I want to work on this issue. So today, I'm very, very much happy that I feel we are forging a way forward on this issue. As much as we have a draft, climate change draft bill, as much as we have that, I feel like things should go in tandem. We shouldn't just wait for the bill. Ayisikhanze endleleni. Niyabona? That's my belief. It is an honor for me to be back here to officiate at the closing ceremony of what has been an informative and exciting Green Indaba. The gathering has been a market of ideas which brought together the right people, discussing the right issues at the right time. I am pleased to receive the resolutions adopted here, and I am optimistic that the wealth of information contained herein will help in pursue the country's cause in accomplishing the Sustainable Development Goals. I do envision a resilient and a low-carbon Eswatini. It is a prayer I cherish and hope that it will rub off to all Emaswati as we work together to that goal. Yesterday, Mr. Dlamini asked a question. It was directed, in fact, it was directed to me. What message can I say or pass to Gogo Emakaya about what we are doing here? Especially on carbon credit. Kumtshela nje Gogo lokuthi, Gogo, you see, the wealth that you have esibayeni tinkomo, umsuto wenkomo singatfola imali ngawo. Sesifike kuleso zinga Gogo lokuthi carbon credit singawutfola nasemsutweni wenkomo. Lo i-message bengayiniketa Gogo letaba relevant kuye because uphila naletinkomo. I-carbon credit siyitfola kiyo yonke indzawo, including our livestock. I look forward to reporting the resolutions as recommendations to Cabinet. And as we continue with the implementation and updating of our global commitment, the national determined contributions, let us all keep these recommendations in mind. As a ministry, we will also have them at the fore as we continue with our responsibility of creating an enabling regulatory framework. We need to ensure that as we make the necessary changes to our policies and actions, there is justice for all. It is therefore very important to have just transition as our key aspect for consideration as we discuss climate action. In fact, we consider just energy transition to be one aspect of just transition. We need to ensure that disadvantaged groups are not left worse off. We nevamos. Nalone ngomo yake should also benefit from carbon credit. We need to ensure that disadvantaged groups are not left worse off. We therefore endeavor to use climate action to put the disadvantaged in a better position. The question of profitability of green businesses raised by the youth needs to be assessed. They need to demonstrate the profitability and sustainability of climate smart initiatives we pilot cannot be overemphasized if we are to promote further uptake. Technology and capacity building have been coming up throughout the discussion. This might mean, in addition to financing, we need to consider these as a cross-cutting issues during the future deliberations. In closing, let me take this opportunity to once again thank all the partners that have made this Indaba a reality. Government ministries, in particular, the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, SNG, Grant, Thorntong, the United Nations, the Central Bank of Eswatini, FSRE, Eswatini Stock Exchange, the University of Eswatini, Global Reporting Initiative, USAID, and Vanderpoort Networks. Your commitment to this Indaba demonstrates commitment to a sustainable future for our country, which starts with our actions today. I look forward to the next edition of the Green Indaba. 2025 is too far. I think it should be around the corner. What about December 2024? So that we look at our plan. From here, let's go and develop a plan so that in December 2024, we look at the plan and finalize the plan. Let us be the generation that will not only bring an end to sustainable development, but also contribute to the restoration of our planet. With these words, I declare the Green Indaba 2024 officially closed and wish you all safe travel. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. At this point in time, after this last item that we're going to have, but I will request everyone that was in the organizing team and request our minister to have a photo with the organizing team. For making sure that everything works together, for putting this together. Now we've been given another assignment to work on a plan and have it discussed before the end of this year. That we still need to look into. At this point in time, I would like to invite our Right Reverend Bishop Dalsi Lamini to come and give us a word of prayer and our benediction for today. Thank you.
Program Director, though so pelelwe isikhathi, we want to believe umsebenzi awukapheli. Honorable Minister, the UN representative, allow me, everybody, to say all protocol observed. And before I give the benediction, we also want to appreciate the opportunity as a church to be afforded a time to be here because of the work that God has given to us, and especially because where we are, we touch different lives. So thank you so much. We began the journey yesterday by deliberating on the genesis of everything, and we alluded to the fact that God, the Creator, said, "Let there be." And then we said God gave humanity a mandate to be stewards of God's creation. And as we conclude today, may we be reminded that God saw all that he had made, and indeed it was very good. That's found in Genesis 1:31. At this green Indaba, we listened and heard the cries of the earth through the scars inflicted by us. We have also heard through presentation the state of degradation our actions continue to cause to God's creation. But as a people of hope, this Indaba could not have come at a better time than this, and it gave us an opportunity to listen to stories of hope and courage through green and climate-friendly projects. Encouraging commitments and plans have been made by government, the private sector, civil society, religious organization, finance sector, and all of us as citizens to go out and be the catalyst of change and front runners in this journey towards restoration of what God has entrusted to us as overseers and what he has entrusted us to protect. So that when God looks at Eswatini tomorrow, in 10 years to come, and in 50 years to come, God can gladly say, indeed, it is very good. Let us pray. We just want to thank you, O God, for who you are in our lives. We thank you for the time. We thank you for the deliberations. We thank you for each one of us, and especially the sponsors, the organizers, and everybody who has been here in these 2 days. We thank you for the knowledge that has been impacted to us. We thank you for the challenges that you are living with us. We pray, Holy Spirit, that as we part way, may your power remain with us. May you continue guiding us, showing us the way, because you have called us to make a difference in this life. So we pray that as we continue crafting the way towards the 2025 Indaba, which we believe is going to be different, and we will be showing results of what we've discussed today, we need your guidance, your wisdom, and your knowledge. This we pray in Jesus' name, amen. Can I request you to stand for the benediction? The peace of God, which passes all understanding, keep your hearts and your minds in the knowledge and love of God and of his Son, Jesus Christ, who is our Lord. The blessing of God Almighty, who is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you and remain with you always. Amen.